Hello and welcome to an episode of Don't Trust the Dungeon Master. My name is Alex K. I am that Dungeon Master. Welcome to episode 51 of Don't Trust the Dungeon Master of Arkelya. I'm not restarting it. We're good. This is it. Final take. We have had so many technical difficulties. We had Windows put an update. Microphones were not working for everyone. Webcams weren't working for everyone. We got those up to speed. And then it turns out that even OBS wasn't recording audio. And luckily, one of the viewers said, hey, you're muted. And so then we caught that. And then we had to spend 15 minutes fixing that. So now we are, once again, recapping everything. We were going to have Potato do the recap for punishment from last week. But he was doing it for too long last time. And I'm trying to do a more concise one. So let's get to the episode. All right, so last episode, the recap. The party grouped with Sivir and Jeremy, and they're heading to Vanir, and they decided to identify all the magic items that Sivir had given them, or rather, Sivir had taken from Jeremy. They found things that were some valuable. They found things that weren't valuable. Some things went back to Jeremy. Some things stayed with them, and some things stayed with Siv. They then decided to do some medicine checks on Annual and find out that, hey, really bad news, she is expiring very quickly, as in she has less than 24 hours to live. They, prior to this, had no idea how close she was to the wire, and conveniently, they had all the right criteria finally met to determine, hey, this is how close you actually are. You're days away from Vanir, and she's got only less than 24 hours to live. The one thing that they don't necessarily knew really well was how much they extend her longevity by giving her healing magic, of which Doma still had some to give her, and then they spent the next several days of Doma dumping everything he had into her, and Evelyn trying to condition herself into healing over the next few days with them just brute forcing it. Evelyn eventually mastered the art of healing, and now she's like Doma and able to heal on whim now. At whim, or whenever she wants to now, at full potency. Her and Doma have bought Anil just enough time to get Anil to the gates of Vanir, where they were able to not abandon their other optional side quests or people they made promises to, and to keep everything in tow, but obviously there is still a cost with this. Anil has lost time. And the one thing they have learned is that Anil, not only is she close to death, but she is dying faster and faster each time they donated more mana to her. So they could not prolong her life indefinitely. They need some kind of miracle if she's to survive. So they got to the gates of Vanir after uncovering Anil's short soon-to-be death, and then Evelyn unlocking healing art. And at the front gate of Vanir, they were encountered by two guards. One guard was incredibly racist to Doma and hates the living shit out of him and wants to kill him. The other guard is kind of tentative with Doma. And then the guard that was tentative with Doma invited the party to come inside, and or not to come inside. To gain entry, they must stand on the scales of truth, which allows the consecrated, the guards of Vanir, to read their soul. And in reading your guys' soul, he had a weird revelation that your group has a very odd array of claimed, which that term is something you guys don't know anything about. You did inquire what that meant. He told you to talk to Doma. Doma should know what claimed means. Of which you guys having so many things on a time crunch, you didn't challenge it further. You guys went, all right, well, can we go inside? And he said, sure, all of you can go besides those two. Jeremy and Serv are not allowed inside the city because they aren't claimed, i.e. the rest of you must be claimed. As you guys were gain entry into Vanir, Isaiah left with two parting comments. One, he gave 4 recommendations to where you should go inside Vanir based on your time urgent situation, annual. He gave you 4 different terraces to go to, from least important to most important, and notating that the place that he would recommend you go to would be the Terrace the Walked, which is the terrace to Jalzem, which is where he said you can make final preparations for your friend's voyage, i.e. he doesn't think you'll be able to save her. You should instead help her go in a very respectable manner. But that's your choice, not his choice. That was just his recommendation. And his final part of wisdom was, as the gates were open just enough to let you guys start going through, he stopped Doma to have a one-on-one conversation with Doma real quick, where he told Doma, the Fundanatas seek to destroy you. Even the Prosperatus are split. But the Prosperatus, you have gained 1 additional ally here from what I've seen right now. So take that as some solace. And that was the final comment that he gave Doma, as he then rejoined with Tower, Jeremy, and Serv on the outside, as Jeremy was trying to figure a new way to gain entry, even though he couldn't gain entry. And the rest of you guys are starting to march now into the massive gate of the walled area of Vanir. And as I told you guys before, Vanir is ginormous on its defenses. This wall is bigger than the Great Gate. It's taller than the Great Gate. It's thicker than the Great Gate. There's tons of ramparts and ramifications of defense structures built upon this thing. This thing looks like it could handle the end of all sieges, basically, is what it looks like. You've never seen such a defended place with your own eyes. Are there any questions any of you would like to have to me before I continue pulling you through? Because there were some, hey, can I do blank, blank, and blank real quick? Was the end of the last session. But I said, no, we're going to end the session here because Potato's too weak to continue on. So with that in mind.
Just call him out.
I have a question. So the scales of truth, essentially that works is if they feel there's ill intent, then they wouldn't let you through the gates. Is that basically like the basic understanding of it?
Well, so it's kind of hard for me. I can't answer that out of character. In character, you could ask a guard for a DM's approval, but you could ask Doma what he feels about it, and maybe he knows. But we already are aware that Doma didn't even know these things existed. So,
right.
So he would have
no.
Yeah, he has no. So unfortunately, there is no NPC for you to grab information. So at this point. At this exact moment for your character, your speculation is as good as you can get it right now.
Cool.
It was claimed by Isaiah for equipping him with the means to filter out liars and cheats from entering Vanir, because to them it's very important that they do not allow such people into the city. So take that as you will.
Speaking of claimed,
any other questions or actions
What's
or
it mean to be
anything you would like to
claimed?
do?
What's it mean to be claimed?
What's it mean to be claimed? Is this what you would be thinking right now as Isaiah just gave you the parting words of be careful, basically?
The party's gonna ask me, shouldn't I know?
Oh, wait, I forgot his final word. Let's actually pull that up, because that's really mood setting.
I said there was something else he said at the very end, and I didn't
Let's
remember
just
what it was.
repeat the entire statement. Listen, Red Hound. Things have not changed since you arrived. We have never been more split than now. The Fundanatas seek only your destruction. Even us Prosperatus are split. But, from what I've seen here, I believe the Exalted Blade's words hold true foundation. Do not let her passing corrupt you. Do not falter from your path. You need to be the beacon of hope that we all need. And then he left you. So now you are a little bit behind the rest of your group, who are already starting to single file move through the barely big enough gap in the wall to allow their horses through. You catch up to them in the back of the group. So with these new words on your head, with Isaiah basically saying, "Hey, outlook's not good. Try to keep your chin up." You guys march in past the gate, and as you get past the gate, you move into you're in the wall now, right? You're in this massive wall. And so you see, as you're past the big, super thick iron and steel gate that's like 70 feet tall. The wall is 100 feet tall, right? But the gate was, the metal door, right, was 70 feet tall. You guys recognize there's a portcullis that's like probably only 30 or so feet between that door and moving further. And this portcullis is not currently raised right now. It's currently down, barring your path. And you see no way through it. You could, teleport through because you can see the other side, but not every one of you has such gifts. And you recognize that in front of you, there appears to be numerous chambers that are like this, where there is a 40 to 50 foot gate or space between that portcullis and another portcullis, and then another portcullis and another portcullis. And there's these boxes, compartments. And immediately, those of you that are more well versed with military and things like that, for example, Thorak, your eyes immediately dart upwards. Before you're even past this current portcullis, you look up. What are we about to walk into? And you see that you're in the wall. There is no sky above you. There is stone ahead of you. There's these giant box cubes ahead of you of open space. But Thoric, you do see, because you know what you're looking out for, you see slits in the walls and the ceilings, crooks and nannies where chemicals and caustic liquids could be dropped down. Each of these rooms ahead of you is a kill box. If something were to break this incredibly impressive outer gate, they'd have to get through the first portcullis, and if they got past that, they have now entered a massive kill box with who knows what kind of contraption above to bring massive death to anything in the first section. And then past that one, presumably another kill box, and another kill box, another kill box. And as you guys count out, you would recognize that there are 5 kill boxes ahead of you. 5 of these spaces of 50 or so feet. So if that gives you an idea of how massive this wall is, how thick this wall is, this wall is somewhere in the ballpark of like 300 feet thick of just stone rebuilt into itself and built massively high with all these compartments. It's probably even a little bit bigger than that for extra breathing room. So as this is coming onto Thoric's head and anyone else that's got, well, somewhat military training to look out for these kinds of things, the portcullis starts raising. Actually, sorry, it doesn't start raising. The gate behind you closes first, and then there's an awkward like 20 seconds, and then the portcullis starts raising. And so you recognize pretty early on they are incredibly strict with their security. They're not going to open even a crack until the previous exit or entrance is closed. And so with the massive gate now closed behind you, and once it closes behind you, you guys feel like a suction of air from way down the tunnel where there appears to be a small, well, bright white light down there. You feel current dragging in air from the inner city of Veneer through this like suction here, pulling it out as that passageway of air gets closed off. And so there is a noticeable draft of air blowing into you, whipping your hair, rustling your clothes, and it carries a variety of aromas. Interesting aromas, odd scents that seem to be more memory-driven than actual a scent itself. So, for example, you might swear you smell cinnamon. One of you might smell cinnamon cookies, but the other one of you might smell oatmeal cookies. But it's not really the cinnamon or oatmeal that's important, but rather cooking and making something for a loved one. And all of you would get memories, or most of you would have a memory if you got that scent of a family, a mother or a father, handing out treats to their children. It makes you think of familiar bondmanship, of love. But then there's also other senses. That one tingles on your nose or in your brain for a period of time. Some of you would smell gardens, lush fields, forests, thick vegetation, making you feel tranquil and calm, letting your outer world stresses kind of relax away. I'm certain at least one of you, probably a call for sure, certain, you would probably, you might get multiple of these aromas, if not some or all of them, right? But a call for sure, you would get the aroma of sweat, discipline, hard work, and it makes you think of like a dojo or like people sparring, and there's that triumphantness of trying to fight something and then actually succeeding, victory. There, you get a feeling of like it actually amps you up, like yes, even though you did nothing. Just that it triggered a memory that might not even exist, but triggered that emotion in you real quick for a moment of time. Smell of campfire, wood burning, a crackling place of a hearth, and a cold weather outside. Comfort next to the fire, flame. Old libraries, books, used books. That smell of ink on paper and parchment. That lingers. And then another scent would be that of lotus flowers, which is a common flower used for people when you give them to graves for people that have passed, at least in this world. So with that in mind, these aromas, or more these memories carried by the aromas, come with that current of air. And at that point, the gate, as you guys are kind of like mixing all this stuff and all these stimuli going off, the noise of the metal, and you see the portcullis lift just enough, maybe 10 feet high off the ground before it stops, not even it raising all the way up, just enough for it to allow your group to skip by and get into the first of the kill boxes. Now, as that portcullis comes to rest, and even Doma, you would even recognize it. All of you would recognize that on that portcullis there is unusual engravings and etchings on the metal frame. You would see that there's depictions of lightning and lightning bolts and things of storm and depiction of that nature across the very first gate here that you're going by. Or not gate, portcullis. And as you move in past that, feeling, hey, we're allowed to move forward. There was the awkward moment of like no one going, are we supposed to go forward? But you're like, I guess we do. And one of you moves forward, right? And when you're in this area, you can now stand shoulder to shoulder again, right? There's a massive space, liberal space around you where columns of soldiers can move forward and defend this point if they needed to. So it's a very wide open space, as mentioned, also very long in depth too, but you would run to the next portcullis. And as you move into the next chamber, you would see that this room does have lighting, but not enough lighting where you can see every little separate section of the interior of the first kill box to help hide where there would be armaments used to destroy invaders and intruders. And that's where Thorik's kind of like, either he's pointed it out or he's thinking it mentally, like, that certainly would be like probably a boiling hot bowl of tar would probably be around there. There's probably a ballista. Like you actually recognize based on some of the way the slits are and the holes are for these these like inside the structure here, Thorik, you would get the notion that they also even have siege weaponry pointed inward to their own kill box. Yeah, inner siege weaponry used down there. Whether it's still currently armed or not, you can't tell, but you see that there are sizable gaps in the wall, in the stone surface to allow not heavy artillery, but heavy and a fantasy sense artillery to be shot into this area. It's a sizable section. The gate in front of you, the portcullis ahead of you, that one has engravings on it as well, and its engravings would be. Would be of wait, actually, where are you? Would be of lotus flowers scattered across, a bunch of petals and lotus flowers across that gate. As you guys move into the center of this room here and just kind of like pulling everything in, there's another awkward like 30 seconds, 40 seconds where you guys stand there waiting, where the gate behind you closes, and you stand in there waiting, or that portcullis closes. And then the next one lifts up, and you're able to move into the next kill box, the second kill box, which is very similar to the one before it. Same kind of depictions, and it's definitely slowing your ascension forward. You would see on the third portcullis images of flame, fire, engravings of that nature upon that gate. And then you wait for that gate to close, and then that next portcullis open. I keep calling them gates. They're not gates, portcullises. You move on to the next kill box, where you see the next gate ahead of you. This one has images of paper, and it looks like the papers are like scattered across, like being scattered by wind. There's a very artistic flow of like basically depictions of like a book of pendled papers kind of got caught by the wind. You move past that gate. The next portcullis would have depictions of nature, ivies, leaves, vines, things of this nature. And then finally, the last gate would have depictions of feathers scattered across the metal frame. As you've been moving forward in this long, arduous, multi-minute procedure of waiting here, there was opportunity for conversation if you guys wanted it. But this is where I would have Baldric, where he wanted to use detect magic, would have probably figured, you know what? I don't think casting any magic while in these areas is a good move. Tensions don't feel very good here with what was stated to Doma earlier. I don't want to add fuel to a fire and potentially just be killed here, right? Because someone's itchy. Don't forget that Isaiah did warn you that if they suspect any evilness out of you, they will act as judge, jury, witness, and executioner against you if they so deem it. He did temper with that, saying that if they do know if they did a false execution, that their soul would be forfeit by their god for sure. But it was clearly doctrine to you that rules are very strict here. And so with maybe, a devilish kind of creature with you probably puts you in a little bit of a biased bad set. So trying to be on your best behavior is probably going to be the best thing you could do going forward. So Baldric would be smart enough to at least hold his tongue and hold his spells for now. So no detect magic is casted.
Yeah, no detect magic. The best spells to cast here would be teleportation or conjuration.
Which,
That's
as we
what we
know
said,
from
right?
last episode,
Try
would
and
be
teleport
absolutely
outside
no.
the gate. I want to skip a
Conjuration.
couple portcullises with Misty Step.
Conjuration's super taboo. You really should not be creating or porting in creatures, and you should not be teleporting in yourself. What was your question, Doma? Did you have a
I
question?
didn't know. It was just a comment, not a question.
Call has a question. So, Doma, that guard back there, he said something that was quite interesting. He said that we were, what was that term he used? Chosen?
Named.
Claimed. What does that mean?
Oh, Laris? What does it mean? Because you specifically told me I don't know.
Make a history check.
Oh boy. First
First
roll.
lucky of the first lucky of the.
First lucky.
Yeah.
You got this.
Don't
You
say
got
I'm
this,
going to use my
buddy.
luckies already.
Maybe not. Not at all.
Baby! That's close enough to a 20. What did you want?
History.
History.
What did you want?
20.
22. So you got a 19. Okay. Yeah, so you do recall this being used somewhat. This is a term that a lot of people inside the city refer to very religious individuals within the city, actually. So, I mean, there's the normal vernacular for claim to something and being in a possession of someone else. But in this case, the way the context fits here, it feels like that you have some kind of higher authority is what it would be, of which your imagination's free to take it as you want. What that could or could not mean, right? You supposedly have higher authority than others.
I gave this vague reply. Yep. So I guess it kind of means that we have, I don't know, influence. Something's watching us. If I had to guess.
Good thing? I hope that's a good thing.
So,
Could
like,
be.
I've never been one for religions myself, but is that just like is this like an aura about us? What does that? I don't understand.
They were obviously able to see something, so maybe. I don't really know, to be exact. We'll have to ask when we run into someone proper, I guess.
I hope it has nothing to do with the strange beings we've been running into.
Oh, it definitely does. I wouldn't doubt that for a second.
We're marked, is what it means, for good or bad intention. The good news is it's gotten us through the gates thus far. Just waiting on the stupid book door gate to open, but once it does, we'll get in, and that'll give us an opportunity to maybe save Annual. So we shouldn't. Let's just be
I'm not
happy.
criticizing it.
Wait
Yes,
for tomorrow.
Yes. I am not criticizing it. Also, this gate is very interesting because I haven't seen such architecture since, well, at least in terms of defense systems since I've been out of the mountain. This is extraordinary.
Yeah, there's some. So, dwarven side, there are two main metals that are heavily used in the Undercity of the Undermountain. On the Karat side, dark iron ore, which is a very blackish-looking kind of metal iron, basically, is heavily used. In fact, Karat is on top of a massive mine that goes down below it. They have a huge center that spirals down, and they get their massive reserves from that. But Medan, they have access to this very old, ancient, primordial, rune-infused bronze. It's a stronger variation of normal bronze that, from Medan's perspective, is even better than the dark iron ore. Is it better? I mean, each side will claim theirs is superior to the other. But yeah, from the Undermountain, you, Thoric, and Akal would definitely be aware that most of the defense structures, if not made of stone, if they were using metal, it was using those two types of ore as the main derivative for it. So here, it's using iron, but it's not of that pigment of either Medan, and it's bronze, or of the black, which would be of Karat. This is more of that silverish steel look. Maybe a little bit darker for more of the heavy amounts of just iron. Like on the main gate was more iron than steel. There was a couple like plates of steel that were a little bit better shined, but... Any other questions, comments you guys want to make to each other as you're moving through here?
I asked last time when we were quitting, but do I have an idea of where he would be working? I'm trying to lead the party to...
Rithos, yeah. Dude, he has, as Isaiah said to you, he has governance of the entire city. He goes anywhere and anywhere he wishes.
The man who traded me, I kind of know where he might be, maybe?
I mean, so you would know the following gist is that each of the Exalted Hexalic is the chosen representative of a deity. So if there's going to be anywhere that he's likely to be, it's probably going to be the Terrace of the Blessed. He has the highest most of responsibilities dwell there. But he has more responsibilities than any of the others do as well. So he's just as equally like to be elsewhere. But if you had to guess on a multiple choice, if I'm going to guess where Rithos is right now, Terrace of the Blessed. The highest rise down the center. It's your best shot. Unless you want to go randomly asking. But you also know, that randomly asking for you doesn't always get you good results because a large amount of the population here does not like you. A very large amount of the population does not like you. You would from your guess. Sorry, I'll let you get to that. From your guess, Doma, it's more than half, maybe 3/4 of the population here despises you. Very few people are tolerant of you to any capacity. So what were you gonna say?
Even you are nice.
Well, Doma, I have this letter from my mom. Do you think that would help us get someone to help us with this?
I believe so. I believe that's why she gave it to us, isn't it? A letter of introduction from her.
I show him the little note that came with it. What
did that read again?
So it was
It needed to be delivered to the
highest of highs.
In the city, not the highest of highs.
Yeah.
All right, we're going
Isaiah interpreted yours like who's the highest authority here? Well, clearly the gods. So,
right.
But that's not what you wanted.
No, in the city, city.
The highest power here. He said probably the Exalted Blade. Would be the
right, and then because the other note was for the other side quest we have.
Was for
the
Cabinet of Curiosities? No.
Yeah.
Terrace of Curiosities. Every one of them has Terrace as the starting
Terrace
name.
of Curiosities, which was oh my god, a miss. I know it's the Convos. I don't remember the first name.
Yasair.
Yasair Convos. Yasail.
Who? That's who we have to give the book to, right? Is that what you're saying? Yes.
The book too, yes. As well as you have another quest there you could explore if you want to. Yeah. But that's not important right now. No.
So my thing says to give the green sealed letter to Rithos. Is that who you're seeking out then, Doma?
Yes. He's the person who changed me when I first came here.
You do have Relina's letter that came with it. So you got 2 scrolls, both have seals. One with a red ink seal, red wax seal, and one with a green wax seal. You know the green is your mother's, and you know the red is the High Scholars. And if you didn't know, and you weren't able to draw the connections previously, the Relina's letter basically hints heavily at that Niera wants the green one. It's a tool for you guys to use. Do not open this. Give it to the highest exalted here. And then the red one is some quest that you were doing for my grandfather. So she has no idea what the specifics are, but that's to help that individual. Who did we lose?
The staff or whatever, right? I think they call the weapon.
He did say bareback.
In the desert. Yeah.
Say again.
Is it? I think that's the quest that he wanted us. He wanted to talk to someone, like you said on the.
So there was 2. One was about
green. Is the highest exalted in the city to help us with Aniel.
Yes.
And there's some kind of magic on it, so we can't do anything with it. We have to give it to the person it's intended for. The other one is on behalf of Relina's grandfather.
To the Terrace of Curiosities.
Correct.
Yes. But no, the one about in the desert is the supposed the Draconi flying city.
Okay.
That was one of the things that was discussed. but I think we might be confusing that with the one that's for the weapon.
I think so
Those are
too,
separate.
Right.
You have a couple. You guys have a lot on your to-do
We do.
list. Yeah, you're getting the whole Witcher experience.
Long to-do list.
As best as I can do in D&D. All right,
Yeah.
so you guys move into the next kill box. You're hearing metal grating, and it's a slow, arduous process. As you guys then, after you let it go up, you then proceed forward. Let it close behind you. And at this point, you've been here in this hallway for so long. There was still a draft of air coming through here. It just was really intense as the massive gate closed. But that would mean that those of you that are more knowledgeable would mean that there are outlets for air to move to allow a suction to happen in this corridor. And well, Thorak would let you know if he was going to advise you that, well, that's because of defense systems. They have weapons and arrows aimed in here inward, which allows air current, right? You guys also notice that in these kill boxes, you can just imagine that there's probably rooms, bunkers, armories, many arsenals of separate places. This building is a massive fortress, right? Just this wall alone could house an army. A whole army could be in here and equipped and stocked and such, right? Defending from both sides, theoretically, it's possible. They could be aimed from both directions. But they're probably more concerned from outward threats coming inward, right? All right, so you get to the final gate and the last portcullis, and it raises and stops. And then you guys are finally now where ahead of you, you're not looking into the inner of, I forgot to switch music. It just dawned on me. Sad. My bad. Because I got so disjointed from all the microphone crap, I forgot about playlists completely. And now that I'm in that main space again, let's fix that. I was only supposed to use the sad music for the recap, and then when we got back to Veneer and the actual talking, we were supposed to go back to Veneer music. So there you have it. Yeah, my bad. So this still works. You're moving past the second gate. So now ahead of you, you're not looking at the inner city of Veneer. Rather, there's a tunnel. There's still more of the wall ahead of you, where there's a tunnel, and there's a little white light, and you got to go through maybe 50 feet of a condensed tunnel, where you would then, at the end of that, would hopefully get to see Veneer. Now, Doma, you would know, because you have gone through the gate once, the other way, that yes, this is the last defense that you would have between everything else. And this tunnel is a lot more narrow, where an army would not be able just to march its way through. It would bottleneck a bunch of people at one little condensed spot. But wide enough for you guys to still stand definitely shoulder to shoulder, the whole 7 of you, or whatever your number happens to be. You guys would not being struggled by it. So as you move through, you've been exposed to these scents, these aromas, for so long that you already are no longer, brain's already started muting them out. Those memories that are coming, they're no longer being recycled in your head, or new ones populating to associate with the scent at hand. So it's been like 5 minutes, right? So effectively, your brain has attuned itself, at least through through nose, to be familiarized with Veneer now.
The spell has taken effect.
And so as you go through this tunnel, you guys are hearing your plated feet, greaves, your leather shoes, the clicks of the heels, whatever kind of footwear you have. You're hearing it very audibly. Each step, each horse clop and horseshoe behind you, the shuffling of your chainmail. It's oddly quiet. Previously, the kill box portion there's a tension, and so you thought there was no noise, but you guys were hearing a lot of the movement of the gates and stuff, and so there was enough frequency of other things making noise that it felt like, okay. But here in this tunnel, there is no other noise being happened besides the noise you guys yourselves is making. And it stands out to you at this point. You just recognize, you're like, wow, it's really quiet. And you press past the the apex of the light, where the outer light finally blinds you, and you have to let your eyes adjust to seeing the actual city ahead of you. And so you guys are reasonably high from where you would be in the valley, and yet as you look inward, you just see this massive like upward climb ahead of you, like a giant ramp. But it's not a ramp. It's just that you get the idea, the architecture, the way this place is laid out. It's got a general slope. So I think I mentioned this way back in Medan City. Medan, if you were on the very bottom of Medan and you were looking through the wall at Medan, the entire city was structured in a way to look like a giant dwarf sitting on a throne. And it had a slant to it where the buildings got progressively taller as they went inward. Well, this one doesn't have buildings progressively taller, but there are terraces, and the terraces are near the same altitude with each other, and they give you this illusion of geometry of like a triangle, like a pyramid, like a ramp going up. And so you see this like triangular direction moving up to a point, and the very top of the point would be what your Isaiah, the one good guard up front of you, mentioned, the Terrace of the Blessed. You can make that conclusion. That would be the highest rise center, and you can see there is a road, maybe not quite a road, but a series of stones that I guess makes a road, but at some point it stops becoming a road and becomes a stone bridge, because there's a chasm between the ground you're on here and, you know, maybe a quarter a mile ahead of you, and then there's a rift, a fissure or something, where it stops, and a bridge has been made to connect to the next terrace ahead of you. And then past that one, there are bridges that go to the left and right, connecting terraces to that centerpiece formation. You basically are seeing, I mean, if you played World of Warcraft and you've seen Thunderbluff has these giant mounds of ground with a lot of open space between them. It's very much like that. There are bridges that connect these separate portions of the valley, connecting to this weird topography in the middle, where that looked like maybe a massive cataclysm or destruction point here, and some of the terrain survived and some of it didn't. But any signs of destruction, like looming, lingering graves or skeletons or things like that, or lava pools, none of that's apparent, because instead is a resplendent visage of waterfalls and vegetation and houses darted down below in those downward crevices. You recognize that the city is not just the upward slant up towards the terraces. There's actually a lower valley where you are at the wall right now, or higher than that. So you would go down and you would enter probably where all the massive water from the waterfalls is collecting and forming rivers, and probably moving down an underground water avenue, because it's not coming out to the rest of the valley. They probably either designed it, or coincidentally there's an downward inward river outlet underground. So, but there is a whole lower section to Veneer where probably the majority of the population lives. The terraces do have plenty of dwellings, and there definitely are some notably stand-outish buildings, but they're not enough to support a whole city. And this is a city. You can recognize the population here is probably quite large. So as you move forward, you would see that of the terraces, there are 3 relative points of altitude. As you move to your first section, you get into a giant circular disc. And this disc, as Doma would be aware, is called, what is it called? One second. I would normally, the foundation. So as you move forward, you actually have to go across a bridge, and you get to the very first disc. And so you're looking to your left, and you're looking to your right, and you're on this wide bridge, but you can see that there is the downward valley, and you can see mist from these waterfalls still further down ahead of you, populating, making like this kind of like almost tropical looking area. It's creating like a fog or a haze, so hard to see the full topography down below, but you're seeing lots of trees and wildlife down there, and you do see buildings. But the first disc, the foundation, and you would see that there are 2 bridges that intersect to it. So I'm actually going to, normally I don't do this, but I am going to attempt, hopefully this does not ruin anything. It is ruining.
Are we getting doodles?
Is this working? Yeah, lots of webcam stuff. All right, we're gonna try to do a rough drawing, just real quick. Instead of sharing my map with you, we're just gonna do a crappy drawing. So you got like a line like this. Oh, for crying! Right, I'm just gonna hard draw it. It's gonna be really shitty, but fine. All right. So you guys are like right here at the gate, and there's a bridge, like a long straight way that goes forward, and that leads to a disc here. And then this disc has a bridge that goes to the right, and then there's a bridge that goes to the left, and then these bridges connect to the first major terrace, which is a height increase from where you are right now. The foundation is effectively the same altitude you are right now, but these bridges actually go up in altitude to get you to these two terraces. And these terraces are probably, 30, 40 feet up higher in altitude than where you are now. So it's not terribly taller than you, but that's still 3 or 4 stories taller than you, right? And then from here, you would be able to see that there's another bridge that goes from the foundation to a terrace right here, which is this terrace is taller than these ones. So this one's probably 50 feet tall, right? Higher than where you are right now. And then from here, there is 2 bridges that go this way, one towards this terrace over here, and there's another terrace over here. That's a terrible square, whatever. A bridge that goes over to that. You also notice that this terrace and this terrace connect to these lower terraces with their own bridges. So they connect out like this. This one's really bugging me. That is not correct at all, but whatever. And then finally, the very top here is the final terrace, which has only one way to get to it from this one. So now then, to give a rough idea, if we're going to use base geometry, this is altitude 0 where you are right now. There's a lower section which is in between these cracks down below. Okay, right? That's -1. And then right here is still 0 because you're technically at the 0 altitude. This would be 1. These terraces 1. And then this area here, this one is technically 2. And then this is like 2.5. This is 2.5. And then finally, you have the last highest altitude, that 1/3 there. In between this terrace and this one, and then this terrace and this one, is a waterfall over here and a waterfall over here, pouring water down into the valley. As well as there's a waterfall over here between terrace 2.5 and terrace 1 over here, as well as another waterfall over here, pouring water from the altitude 1 to altitude 2. So there's 4 separate waterfalls, massive, dumping gallons of water down into the valley below, which would be technically -1 altitude, right? From this crappy number line version of altitude. So hopefully, this has given you a very good idea of the relative architecture or design of Veneer. And so you guys are currently here with the dice, with this chameleon there, and you're making your way towards the foundation. So you go across the bridge and you see down below, again, there's all those lower recesses where there's much more population would be down there, but you can't really see them because they're being shrouded by the mist that's being made by the waterfalls. Or at least presumably by the waterfalls. It could be fog too. It could be colder down there. Who knows? All right, so you guys get to the foundation. And now you're technically in Veneer. There are a couple people that have passed by you. So as you went down the main bridge, there was almost no one on the very first bridge between the wall and the foundation. But when you got to the foundation, you see there are dwellings, different buildings. There are a couple stands, like offering fruits and things like that. And you do see a couple people at these stands as you guys kind of wander your way into this section here, but you don't see them handing currency. It's like a woman comes up and asks for like, "Oh, hey, Beth, how are you doing today? I would like to have enough apple pie, enough apples for an apple pie." "No problem." And he hands her like a bag of apples, no currency exchanges, and she just bows and then makes her way out there, probably offering for Beth. Oh, she would probably say, "Endure his trials." And then she makes her way over towards the bottom left terrace number here, terrace of trials, right? And so you're seeing that all these people, there's their own culture here. They all have their own crap. And you're also seeing, all of you, even Domo with his -1, that's the perception. There's a lot of eyes on you guys very quickly, and they're just watching you. And they're in some cases, they just stop. And there's a shriek, a gasp, multiple of these things. And like wildfire just spreads out into this very light market. It's not like a heavy market. It's a very light market. And there are a couple guards consecrated that were wearing a very similar armor to the ones up front by the gate. And they don't come rushing in with weapons on you, but they too, all their attention is made onto you. And you guys, like the most popular person in the world, Britney Spears in the mall, every gaze suddenly is on you guys within like 30 seconds. And it gets really quiet in the market. There's a couple chickens still cooing and things like that, right? But no conversation instead.
Not used to this kind of celebrity.
It's the wrong kind of fame.
I'm assuming it's straight ahead is the way we need to go, Zoma?
Yeah, we just need to
Straight
get
ahead.
going.
Tallest peak.
But Doma, answer me this. How do they exchange? I didn't exchange goods. This is a barter system here.
Do I know Laris?
Well, so you do know that coin and currency is taught in Veneer. So you were instructed how currency works, but Veneer does not function heavily on income from outside. They are very self-sufficient. And so they don't really use income. Income is used to deal with outer nations, not interior. So it's more like weird way to
Good
phrase
faith?
it. It's kind of like it's very communistic. You do your job and you're fed, and you have a shelter. If you don't, you're kicked the fuck out, or worse.
Jeez. Wow.
So as long as the request that someone gives to you for goods has good reason, good merit, it will be honored, basically.
Okay.
But it's a very structured, heavily, if someone doesn't like what you're doing, they don't have to award you your thing, right? So there's a high level of trust that has to be given to the people that live here. Very
So basically, good faith. They operate in good faith.
heavily. Yes, you picked that up here. So Doma would say it kind of works like this. Here, it's from what I
that's
know.
Weird good face.
That's a little nuts. That's a little nuts, in my opinion. But I'm sure everybody's, minding their P's and Q's and honest.
Let's just say the crime
We
rate
need
in
to
this
be-
city is very low.
Yeah, we need to be very careful here.
Doma
Not-
would.
Go ahead.
Doma would tell you guys that the only place that's really going to pretty much accept our coin is here on the Foundation. This is the place that would have more than anything, like anywhere place to pretty much have exchanging with the outside. And you see that there's a super light market here. Very little, right? So anyone that's a resident of Veneer might come here for exotic goods that was traded and bartered outside for coin. What resource that Veneer has in plenty that's worth money as not you're not familiar. None of you are familiar with the economy to that degree. Not even you, Evelyn, because you're not dealing with Veneer in that kind of capacity.
Right.
But they have something that they have a way to make money outside, and they can use that to exchange.
So mentally, I can imagine. So this is what Jeremy, that Jeremy guy that we've been helping, is trying to get to. He's trying to get to be able to barter on this Foundation area.
Yeah, he
in
wants.
some fashion.
He wants to
correct?
get. He probably wants to get a decent foothold here because there's probably almost no merchants in here, and whatever this resource or resources that Veneer has access to, he'd be like, I'm the only merchant that sells Veneer pumpkins or something like that, right? And he can put
Gotcha.
a big surcharge on it probably. So he's probably looking at it as a big financial benefit. It would be, right? Is Veneer pumpkins better than Windheim pumpkin? I mean, what the fuck you know, but like whatever. That would be his claim, right? That's what Jeremy would do to swindle you, right? These are worse. Well, you spent 5 gold per pumpkin. Sucks to be you.
This pumpkin's rotten.
Jeremy.
I
Jeremy.
Let's not assume Jeremy's a bad guy. Okay, that's
I
Baldric.
knew you
Let's
were
not
evil.
assume he's a bad guy. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
But
All right.
another thing that's like you guys are gonna head towards the second rise, right? Technically, it's not a second rise because these two would be the second rise. Technically, I did not do a good job on my number line.
so
here.
it's straight, but then up.
Yeah. So what I really meant to say is that these are the rises here. There's those 3, but this place right here, this next little like
A
second
level?
foundation is higher in altitude than the one you're on right now.
But
It
like,
is a
not
rise.
as, not as high as like the bridges up.
Okay.
It what this
What's
number
left of
this
the
one here
staircase?
is taller than these 2 out here. It is that much taller than them.
Oh, I get 2.5
Very
to.
cool.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
so
get
these
you.
these
Okay.
2.5s
So
are
it's
taller than it,
1,
but this one's
2.
taller than these guys, and
Okay.
these 2 are taller than this spot here, and the ground coming into this point.
Crazy cool.
Yeah. And then I remind you, waterfalls, just beautiful architecture, rich vegetation. You're hearing like birds, and you're hearing the water like echoing. It's just thunderous, right? It's a lot happening, but the civilization in the area you're on right now, quiet start, except for a few whispers and gossip as you guys kind of move forward. No one approaches you, but you see like mothers sheltering their kids and pulling them aside, and you're hearing comments.
People in the blinds.
The Red Hound. He's back. He's back. Someone should just fucking kill that thing. Why do they allow it? I just wish it's gone. Oh gods, please save us.
I actually, I do like this system. It reminds me of when I was with my tribe. Everyone did their job, and no one had to trade or barter because everyone pulled their own weight.
Great when you have something to believe in.
Something to learn from these people.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems a little excessive the way they kind of go about things, but
Well, it's different than what we're used to, but if it works for them.
Oh, it works.
But
Yeah.
I mean, you hear the comments though, and that's not necessary.
No, but hopefully it'll change after our visit.
We know it won't change.
It won't. They're good people.
Sadly.
I just believe in certain things I don't.
So comment here. I remember really early on in the campaign, probably before we even were recording, I think a couple times it was recorded, talked about early in Medan. Domo commented that this world hates me, right? He's like, oh, everyone's racist, but oddly, Windheim is very not racist. Well, Domo, your introduction to Arkelya was this, and they hate you so much. So yes, you were exposed to a very high amount of racism. So there was your contrast. Windheim is very progressive and tolerant. Even if someone of you, they are far more tolerant than you would expect, right? But that's because it was made off of this place as your sample data. This place, fucking, almost everyone wants you dead.
People are afraid of what they don't understand, Doma. I'm sure that if they took the time to get to know you and see what you've done, then they would not be saying these things.
Very few will yet. Hopefully we'll change that by saving annual.
There's one kid, he's like looking at everyone else nearby as you guys kind of walk past, and you see him kind of like get angry, and he runs up and grabs a stone, and he's about to throw it at you. And as he starts to throw, his arm gets caught by someone taller than him. A taller, younger boy, though he's probably like in his early teenage years, right? No. He's under intoxication. We can't right now. And the kid drops the rock and then just kind of like burrows their like face into the belly of this person that stopped him. Clearly, probably a family member. All right, so you guys move on, and you're now on the next bridge, moving to the slightly higher in altitude section. And now you guys would know, or Doma would know. So Doma's probably giving you a little bit of history as he's kind of walking through from what he's learned. So they call the first area the foundation because everything's basically built off of it. It's a foundation to the rest of it. But as you can see, all these things connect in with a relative like progression upward. And of course, as you guys imagine, a place that is dedicated to Venahira, the highest place of power would be the temple raised to her. This is why Isaiah said, hey, highest rise, that's Venahira. That will be where the exalted blade would be. And then the other respective positionings of the other terraces, from my understanding, is the rough approximation of how powerful the deities are supposed to be in comparison to one another. So if this is accurate, which is corrupted by mortal hand or mortal interpretation, but also based off of the topography that already existed here, right? So was it convenient but if Venahira is the highest dog here, then Eleanor at 2.5 and then Marlesh at the other 2.5 are the next most powerful. And then right here, this place, which is just a little bit shorter than Marlesh and Eleanor, the Terrace of the Walk, Jalzem would be more powerful than Velad and Drabalor in comparison. Or if this if this dogma is true. But that's the way people believe it here, is that there is a relative power scale. And then, at least in Vanir, Vanihira is supreme. Now, this could be based historically off of who came first and asked for territory or not. But this is the assumption that Doma has gleaned from what he has been taught, is it feels like that this is the interpretation of how Vanir looks at the Pantheon, the Celestial Court. And that's the relative
Is that hence
scaling.
the portcullis gates having the different meanings? We're guessing from the different deities.
That was
That's
not
probably more
related to that.
protection from each one than it is.
Okay.
You can make a religion roll.
I can.
Evelyn can,
Oh, okay.
Oh, all right. Let's do this.
because she's the one that's posing the question here. So I'll let you.
What can go wrong?
Think a little bit more. And then Doma, you can do a backup one just to be safe. And hi Kyle. Let me switch your the right webcams here.
You said history?
Yes, history. Kyle, is your microphone working? Windows update happened. Can you say something? Okay, you're good.
Hello?
All right, yeah, we had so many technical difficulties, dude. my OBS microphone stopped working. We lost time on that. Oh, we were recording for like 20 minutes and then had to restart.
Who's didn't work? I know Owls wasn't working.
Owls wasn't working. Petite had his camera on. Webcams weren't working for some people. My microphone was fine for Discord, but OBS it wasn't working, and we actually started playing and recapping at that point.
Is Windows 10 or Windows 11?
Potato's been AFK, but he hasn't had any technical difficulties. So.
He's not AFK
Posting
anymore.
moderator.
He's having some issues. It's technical difficulties.
Connection.
So, but yeah, he's here, but not
I'm
here.
disconnecting and reconnecting I have 15 minutes play, 5 minutes downtime. It's
Yeah.
my
Oh,
first one.
jeez.
I put it in moderator chat.
Sorry, I'm not even reading moderator. I got so many.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry about it.
It's
It's fine.
a lot for a
A
DM.
lot
to-
of pages. You
Sorry,
need extra
man.
screen layers.
Yeah, I got a lot. I got the
16
the
is
chat.
my roll.
16. Okay, and then Doma just showed the backup insurance. What did you roll?
24.
Okay, so Doma, we'll kind of narrate between the two of you. Doma would be responding to Evelyn's inquiry, and she would draw on some of her own information. So it's not like Evelyn didn't know anything, but you guys would come to a consensus together, which would be then alerted to all of you as you guys talk about this. So, interesting anecdote. The gates, the order of which you guys approached the gates, it doesn't appear based off of power. It felt like it was more based off of the creation of the gods. But there's clearly an error in that, because the last gate was to Vanihira. So that can't be right. Eleanor is supposedly Vanihira's mother. There's no way that's possibly correct. So is that just the one fluke where maybe that was the first portcullis made to defend Vanir because it was Vanihira's place first? And then when the other churches started coming in and wanting some space here, they then went, all right, we're going to add and expand this. And when expansion started happening, then they probably added more portcullises. And then they went, you know what? Let's do a portcullis design in the order of the gods. But since Vanihira, this is her sacred soil, she gets the final gate. Every other portcullises are then in the order of the gods joining the Celestial Court, which is either their origin of birth or when they join the court. When does a god truly become a god? How do you become a god? Is it possible to become a god? I mean, Vlad had it happen, but is that what really happened or not? Niera gave you what she heard from her background. Is it truth? You don't know these things necessarily as absolute. That's one powerful creature that's nigh immortal's opinion. Probably a pretty accurate guess if anyone has a guess from your opinions right now. All right. So, as you guys have been moving forward to the second section, the final comments about the foundation. As I mentioned, there's a loose market there, really tiny. There are housing. There is what appears to be accommodations that kind of look like stone structures of Windheim. And you would notice that everything that's made out of stone in the inner city of Vanir has the same white look that Windheim has, as the Alabaster Highway has. Vanir is comprised of Hothasa. How did they use the same stone? Why they chose the same stone? That's, you don't necessarily, that's your own imagination that you couldn't really you don't know the history on that. But you do see that it's the same base stone as used on these dwellings. A brilliant white stone that seems to not stain easy. And even with Vanir being thousands of years old, it still looks pretty damn well upkept, right? You don't even see it probably doesn't have that much foot traffic is one of your first assumptions, but it doesn't look like the ground you're on, the road, is like indented from horse traffic or anything like that. It looks like either they replaced it or that stone is that damn resistant. So, all right, as you cross the second bridge. Now, to talk about these bridges are not wooden bridges and rope bridges. These are stone arch bridges that are reinforced with smart architecture to help displace the load. And so they do have pillars and support structures that bend down. So if you were familiar with Ishgard from Final Fantasy XIV, it's very similar looking to that. It's got these very Western style, like Western Europe, multiple like arches to help get the length of distance to connect point A to point B per se, right? And so it's quite a marvel because there's dozens of feet drop down below at the bottom of the valley, and you can't quite see where the structure down below touches the ground because, again, the waterfall mist obscures heavily the lower section of Vanir. So you guys do leave the foundation. You're making your way up to the first terrace that you guys are touching, the terrace of the walked. And now this terrace looks oddly different than the other terraces. While there are Hathasa structures here, there are also non-Hathasa structures here. This terrace is strangely bleak compared to every other terrace because you can see them out there, especially now you got a better view as you climbed up more in altitude. You can see the tips of taller buildings, and you can easily see now into the lower terraces, the terrace of trial and the terrace of flame, and the bottom right and bottom left of you. You can see in those ones all have white. But this one, this terrace, it's got gray or even in some cases black buildings. And it's just a lot more dreary, a lot more drab. There's very little coloring here. However, there is some coloring. Small little sparks of color splashed here and there. Maybe a little bit of bouquets of flowers kind of like hanging in like a little pot next to like a door frame. And then there's a couple doors that you guys would see as you're moving through here that have these brilliant little streams of flags with bright oranges, reds, and like greens kind of like hanging from it. And it looks like these buildings are seldom. There are few of them, but there looks like there's a few of them, maybe 2 or 3 that you'll walk by. It's kind of like seeing Christmas tree lights, right? But like way into like, I don't know, summer, right? Like someone just didn't take them down. It stands out. Everyone else doesn't have them, but there's like 3 houses that still have these flags. Is it the same situation? Are these lazy people in this very dogma and ritual and rite of passage society? Is that what's happening here, or does it mean something else? Now, none of you have Jalzem background, so I'm not going to give it to you through even a roll. You just don't know, but there is something signified with that. And you also would see from your new vantage point, you get to see several really outlandish buildings. One on the current terrace you're on, and then 2 in the lower terrace, the first rise, the terrace of trials and terrace of the flame. You get to see 3 buildings that stand out compared to the other architecture quite clearly in Vanir. So let's first talk about the building that's on the terrace you're on right now. So this building near the center, closer, so a little bit more north towards where the bridge is. There's a couple more buildings between it and the bridge itself, but it's positioned pretty far center north of the terrace. You would see a massive building. And that building, where are you? Where did I put it? I got so many notes. Sometimes I get lost. I don't think it's on this page, is it? For one,
there's something like Divine Sense in this city from back in the past.
Have you used Divine Sense in this city? Yes, you were taught how to use it here, so you would recognize how it works.
Would I be able to throw it up and tell if anything's different?
From before to now?
Huh.
You may so you want to use a Divine Sense of what you're saying to make okay.
See if there's a big difference or.
Gosh dang, that is a really odd request. You may make a history check, you're trying to compare your old remembrance of what it smelled like. And that's a very hard thing to do because you don't really recall scents specifically like that. You kind of hold more memories associated with scents. So
I got a 6.
yeah,
Going out.
from your perspective, it smells like your second home. A place that was far better salvation than where you come from. Way better. And
Even with all the racism.
you would, well, yeah, hell was a lot worse even with that. It still was way better. But from one place of extreme order to another place of extreme order. But this place had a lot of good with it. So there is no celestial fiend or undead. There is a sweeter aroma here, which you were catching when you were near the gate.
That's what I was wondering too.
It doesn't. It feels like it's consecrated, but it doesn't have that heavy pungentness of actual consecration. It's not that bold where like it would, if an evil creature was here, they'd be like, ah! No, it doesn't. It's not like that strong. But you swear you can smell it or slightly feel like on the air, like it's kind of like a little radiated out. There's something here. Either it's man-made or it's lingering, but there does feel to be a little bit of something going on in that department. So you've used your third one of those now. I guess I got to go to the Arkelya section and go to Veneer. Here we go. All right, so
like 6 of the bloody things.
We're at the Terrace of Walked. Okay. So in the center, not in the center, a little bit more north of the center, you would see a massive black box. This building is one of these dark black. So most of them are gray, but this one is black. So it's probably not made. It's probably made with one of the other Kayasa variants. It does appear to be stone. Because you can see like the little indents and even my elves, you guys, your higher perception, you would see like the little, like the brick or stone mortar in between them, right? So you would recognize it's separate stones. And this building is like a cube. It's just like a giant square that's in this, it's on its own. There's a giant perimeter of open space. So this is like a very religious like looking or, temple or something like that. It looks unusual. So this cube right in the middle. There does appear to be like pathways leading up to it. From your guys' perspective, there is a door frame from where you're going from, and there do appear to be 1 or 2 people kind of congregating towards going into the building. There's a couple people kind of loitering or outside of it. That looks like a temple. To the southwest of you, so it's a temple, a Terrace of Trials. You guys would see an unusual building down there. You would see what appears to be 3 half domes, kind of like bubbles out of the ground. So kind of like if you think about if we were going to colonize Mars, right? They always have these like very spherical shaped, and so there's like these like curved tunnels that connect them. This building looks a lot like that, but made out of stone, not with glass panes or anything like that, or like high fancy plastics. It's stone shaped curved dwellings that have these like little tunnel bridges that are curve shaped too to connect these 3 separate domes together.
It's igloos, but with
that's a really good way to put it. Igloo. I didn't even think about that. Nice. Igloo. It's like there's and each of them connects. They form a triangle, and there's 2 little like igloo doors that connect to the other 2 spheres, basically. And there probably is another main route to one of the other ones too, like to get inside.
Same color.
Yes, that building is made of Hafasa, so it does appear to be white. That's not on the terrace you're on. That's the terrace. That's one of the terraces below you, the Terrace of Trials. And then the last other outlandish standing building you would see is the opposite terrace that's below, but beneath you. That's the Terrace of Flame. So that's the southeast terrace. And that one you see okay, I don't know how, I should have properly learned how to pronounce this. A Cuba? A Cuba? It's a giant dome. This is basically like Middle East architecture. So if you think of like Aladdin, they have these like very tall spires, these like lollipop-shaped tops. That's what this is supposed to be referring to. A Cuba.
Kind of like a cupcake top.
I don't know how to pronounce it. I kind of wish I knew how to pronounce it. I should probably look it up. Whatever, fine. Please forgive me for mispronouncing that word. Anywho, it's a dome, and this dome has a brilliant shine to it. Without even really having to guess too much, it's made of either crystal or probably, with the abundance of diamond dust up there, it's probably made of diamond, the very top of it. It's either covered in diamond or it's fully made of diamond. Is it a solid diamond? But it is a brilliant reflective surface at the top of this giant kuba. And then there does appear to be like a network around. So it's a giant like tower with like a bunch of square buildings like down below it, kind of forming like a circle-ish looking design around this giant tower with this huge crystal, somewhat transparent giant geode to the top of it. Thorak would probably be like, grumless teeth, because that definitely has the kind of like torch in the skylight kind of vibe to it. But so those are the 3 temples you see currently. And so as you guys go on this, you can't see the other 3 terraces because they're still just a little higher in altitude. You can maybe see, again, some buildings that are taller and see the peaks, but you don't get the full visage yet. All right, so as you move on to the terrace of the walked, you guys kind of congregate, move towards the middle, and even though there's less people here than there was in the Foundation, they have very similar responses to the ones down in the Foundation. People almost stop what they're doing. Some people actually just literally do run away from your group. But there does appear to be terror or fear as soon as they see the sight of you, or at least your colleague. Probably your colleague, but you're now associated with them. And so there's like a paralyzed effect as many people just seem to stop, deer in the headlights, look at you, or move out of your path. Like one guy's like, oh shit, he like dropped his books and he's picking them up quickly and he kind of like scampers away. Like as if like a troll was about to bash him. He's like, you can tell he's fearing for his life as you were kind of just getting too close to him. But you were not that close. You were like 50 feet away, but he was scampering like you were literally within a foot of killing him, right? All right, so you are in the center of the terrace of the walk.
It probably ruined your reputation.
Where would you like to go? Because this is where Isaiah's recommendations could come in of wherever you wanted to be, or if you had different ideas. You are now far enough away from the wall where casting magic probably isn't so bad. You're probably not being... I mean, you're probably going to be some people going, oh, geez, the devil is casting spells, right? But you're probably not going to be immediately shot with arrows, right? Probably not immediately.
Soon, maybe.
Unlike the wall, in the wall, it felt like doing something like that was inviting bad outcome. But in the city...
I'm inferring here, but you guys were just this was just us entering the city. That's all that's happened.
That's all we've done.
We lost about an hour and a half because of technical difficulties.
No, I'm just making sure that I didn't miss anything else and that we're now doing something else.
So there was a key bit of information though about the claimed, which Doma said that basically it's the simplest way to infer it is that it's generally used in veneer to describe someone who has a higher religious authority within the city. Those who are claimed are generally like of a higher statue, like in the city, which is interesting. How because
we're higher.
Your confusion. Your confusion is exactly how we feel.
How we felt.
Yes, because that's just how Doma understands.
Doma doesn't know what he's talking about. Roger. Okay.
He rolled a 20. He rolled a
high roll. So
20.
He rolled a 19 plus 1.
He's not omnipotent. He's going to still infer things as Doma, which could still lead to some misunderstandings.
Doma doesn't know things.
All right.
Well, but yeah, we're going up, baby. We're going up. We're going all the
straight
way
up to the top. Doma's eyes are
3.
glued on that frickin' staircase up.
So
okay,
you guys have horses with you still. They're following you. The horses weren't necessarily very eager to go across the bridges a couple times, but they've been cooperating most of the time with you. And Aniel is still strewn up on back of one of these horses at this point in time, presumably.
Were there stables on our way up?
The Foundation had stables. There's probably stables elsewhere. There's probably stables down below in the lower valley too.
Yeah. Key thing. This is more for Kyle. So, quick overview of the map. Where we're at, everything that's drawn is like the upper level or at
I'm getting it's like a stair. It's a stair system. So we got level 1, level 2, 2.5, and then 3.
Yeah,
Vanihira, Marlesh,
Eleanor, Jalzan,
And then negative
Jalzan,
one. Negative
Trapdoor.
one.
Yes,
And
I was
Warren.
getting
negative
that.
one is the valley down below.
So
Thank you,
everything
Val.
below this, yes, I was about to get that. Everything below this is underneath this terrace area where the waterfalls flow in, where probably aquifers are at and stuff like that. But we inferred that most of the general populace and most of the population of this city are actually underneath the city in this lower level.
Oh, so it's basically a Winheim again, basically.
In a way, but different. Yeah.
You're talking about Winheim has that whole
Winheim was tiered, but
Trelfont thing. Though. I'm talking about like the
where it was
Oh
bridges
yeah,
under?
the bridges.
Telfons.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Where there's there's stuff below it. Okay.
You know how hard I worked on cool imagery, and you're just like, it's Winheim again. Fuck you! I was like, I want to make some
Is it
cool
not
shit,
Winheim
whether it
Telfont? Is it
works
not
or
Winheim's
not.
Telfont?
In my
Is
head,
it not Winheim's Telfont?
In my head, they look so different. I just am not articulating it, I guess.
You had a bridge system, and there's people below it. It's far enough down that you can have buildings and people actually live down there. And there's water.
But the bridges for the high road in Winheim is to connect you to the Telfont and the two spires next. That's it. That's like a population of like 100, 150 people in that tower, right? Personnel.
Mm-hmm.
This is full terraces where there are blocks.
I'm not saying it's an exact carbon copy. I'm saying simile.
It's
simile. Your words hurt me.
There's like buttresses like connecting everything. It's like really interesting looking.
I get it. I got it. It's okay. So,
we keep going.
All right. How far away? How much time would it take us to travel to these locations?
The separate terraces, or what are you talking about?
Yes, distance-wise, they're 5-minute walk, 10-minute walk, 20-minute walk, all the way to the third tier.
Well, so depending on like where the temples would be, that's a whole separate thing. But the bridges are probably in the ballpark of a quarter of a mile, maybe a little bit less. They are quite long structures that could. Did I just get disconnected?
No, you're here.
Oh, that was just the weird bell and the music that sounded like the Discord bell in my head. Fuck. Super coincidental. All right. I thought I got disconnected from Discord. All right. So, yeah, the bridges are like close to a quarter of a mile long. It's like 1,000 feet long, connecting these separate structures, these separate terraces of ground. So it's
quarter of a mile long?
Yeah.
So, 5-minute walk?
Yeah. About. Just to get to the other terrace and then to navigate through the terrace, which has, the terraces are more than a quarter of a mile long in between.
Wait, so from where we are right now, this part right here is 5 minutes. So it's 5 minutes per second,
actually,
basically.
Whoops, I didn't.
We're on 2. We're in the second one.
You're on 2. Yeah, we didn't actually. If
that was
you
the
guys.
dice.
Yeah. So you're actually up here.
Okay.
This area is the foundation. You've already got past that, and you're here at the terrace of the walk right now. Jalzan.
Okay, so either one of these ones is each bridge is 5 minutes, basically.
About, yeah.
Cool. Okay. Good.
We're going to 3, right?
Can I cast Detect Magic?
You are free to do so. Yeah. Okay. You cast Detect Magic.
I cast Detect Magic spell slot, level 1 spell slot. What kind of mana do I see floating around and stuff?
You definitely see a high concentration of mana. So in the air around you, Arkelya has a very high concentration of lingering mana, and this is not per normal D&D, so anyone that's a viewer that hasn't heard my spiel about this in the past and goes, that's not how it works, my world's a little bit different, and Detect Magic is far more powerful in my universe than it would be in canon D&D. Magic is infused in everything into a very high capacity. Even non-living things like stones, rocks, etc. They also have mana just existing off of them. And in this case, when you cast Detect Magic, you actually see a spread of this floating motes of these little glowing orbs around you. And there is a large concentration of it. More concentration here than, let's say, Pipel. It's about equal concentration than that of Winheim. I'm sure you've cast Detect Magic in Winheim. It's about equal to Winheim's relative level. Now remember, this is only 30 feet around you, so you're only getting a 30-foot bubble around you, but it's about the same concentration. Make a perception check to see if you see anything.
Don't get a migraine.
Based off of sight or based on something else?
Magic.
Based off of sight.
Advantage.
Do it.
5 or 17. 17 plus 4 would be a 20. Oh my gosh. 17 plus 4 would be 21.
All right. You do see some motes that carry colors that are not colors you're familiar with for most other regions. They just seem slightly more clean, more clear, more vibrant. It just it's color that just seems to be cleaner here. It's the same colors. It feels like they are more pristine. There's some
yellows? Any yellows?
Yes, there is yellow here.
From my perception, do I see a gradient of it being more in this one direction versus another? Can I like walk 30 feet one direction, one back, and see if there's like a lure?
I think I know what you're trying to get. So, well, I'll talk about that comment too. So for one, there's also yellow orbs and motes in Windheim. It's not exclusive to just Vanir. So it's not like, oh, there's no yellow elsewhere, there's yellow here. Hey, we're safe. No, that's not. And is there a higher concentration going in a direction? Nope, you have no inkling of that. Your window is too small to make such an assessment. So no, you have no idea if it's more concentrated. But you do recognize that there is more mana in the air here, exuding in the space around you, than like out on the road. Places of prominence usually have higher congestions of mana. And there does appear to be slightly more refined mana here.
Okay. I'm not getting...
Plato's not coming back, by the way, Laris.
Oh, he's done? Okay. Well, let me switch this back to here, and then we will just temporarily... Nope, I guess maybe I'll go...
You could add the other music on and mute it, couldn't you?
We'll just... Okay, I'm just going to change positionings here. Okay.
If we don't have all people, aren't we supposed to stop playing or something, though?
No, that's not how it works. If we already started, we keep playing.
Oh.
If we didn't start, then we would not have started. I'm just going to change camera positions here with Potato gone. Okay. There.
So Potato couldn't even... He couldn't even just play like on his phone, like through Discord?
Someone could ask him that. I don't have the leisure to do it myself right now. Okay, that should be about right for cameras. All right, so it sucks. I don't want to act like I'm not bummed about it. I just got a lot on my plate. I definitely would want him here. This is very important to his character too. All right, so you're on the terrace to walk. Where are you guys going? You're in control, not me. So where would you like to go? You have a slew of options of things you can do, different ways you want to approach your variety of problems.
Doma, I think this letter will help us. So if we can find this Mythos or whoever
if he's going to be anywhere obvious anyway, he's going to be up there.
I still think that's our best option.
All the important people gather here.
Okay, let's keep going then that way.
Also, if anything's going to help her, it's going to be getting closer to that place.
Okay.
Well, we could just quickly talk about what Isaiah was mentioning of his priorities. Terrace of Curiosity said was least likely, then Blessed, then Balance, then the Walk. And I think the Walk is just giving up because that's just saying that, well, we're trying to usher her towards Jalzem. So that's obviously not going to happen. The next one he said was the second chance was the Terrace of Balance, which would be getting a boon from Marlesh. Maybe. Then you mentioned the Terrace of the Blessed, which is where you're trying to lead us right now, Domo, and also is towards Vena here Shrine, which I am most hopeful for. The last one you mentioned was the Terrace of Curiosity. Least likely to help us because it just has a repository of knowledge from Illinois, but do we really have time to go through all those tomes? And even if we did, do we have time to prepare a remedy? So of his 4 options he offered us, I'm leaning towards Blessed, and it's also towards Doma. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I think so.
Just thought we should address him as, Laris?
What was that?
What's the proper way to address him?
High
Blade Mythos.
So his official title is the Exalted Blade. This is his official title.
Exalted Blade.
However, you and Rithos have a very unusual relationship, and he doesn't like it when you call him the Exalted Blade. He's never liked it when you call him that. He's always asked you to call him by his name. If you've ever said that, he challenges and says, "Just call me Rithos."
Okay, just to make sure I don't slip up later.
Why does Rithos taste such a shining toward? Can we move towards the terrace of the?
We are moving.
Okay,
good.
so you're heading up towards the
Is Daniel
down
gaining
the
like
road
any
again.
color as we're going?
We'll get to that in a second. So Baldric asked a question, which was, why is he taking a shining to you, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why has he taken a shining to you, Doma? It's a good
Oh.
question.
What did you do,
what
Doma?
is your character's interpretation on the matter?
As far as I can tell as to why he gave a shining to me is type of man to give everyone a chance. I proved that I was worth giving a chance to.
Makes sense.
Sounds like a fair man.
So he's a bit odd.
Well, aren't we all though? In our
Aren't
own
we
ways?
all indeed?
This has the variety of half orc, half cat, half devil, half elf, full elf, old man.
Old man is not. What's
a race option?
The race.
New race, old man.
-3 con.
The most basic of basic people we have here, old man.
You're variant human, right? Or are you +1+1+1?
I think he's variant. I think he's variant. Pretty sure you're
Because
variant.
I would get a
feat?
feature then, right?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can see.
Yeah, but we got you some special stuff, right? We got you got the medicine kit thing, right?
Oh, you guys made adjustments, right?
We made adjustments for you.
That's
so
where I got it, right?
Yeah.
Right, because I wouldn't normally get it.
you
Right,
have-
I got
he-
that's where I
he
got the
has-
kit.
He's not
Yep.
following exactly PHP.
Yeah.
As a couple of other people, I have some similar things to that. All right.
Oh, predominantly I am. That's just that one thing.
So as you, most of you guys are still using following rule. You're right. So as you, -3 con. All right. So moving up towards through the terrace of the walk. Again, many people give you wide berth, and so you start moving your way around past the square building, and you're giving you choose to give a fair distance. You could have cut right through the courtyard and gone hugged the building and gone around it, but Doma doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want that. This is one of the terraces that was not necessarily very fond of him, and so being at their headquarters might not be the smartest of moves. Is what he feels like right now.
I was
So he-
about to ask if it's getting worse here.
he guides you guys a little bit around it. So it does take a little bit more time, but he guides around it. So then you start moving to some of the adjacent blocks past that. And you're getting, as you're moving in, most of the people are ignoring you, but you see that ahead of you, from on the side streets, two individuals, two consecrated, wearing the consecrated armor, are approaching you. They're tandem with you. They're the first individuals that are intercepting you on a path with intent to confront you. And so as you guys move forward, there's that kind of slowing down. They go, are they trying to involve with us or not? And they stay on target and win with you and then intercept you. Red Hound! The Exalted Hexolic wished to speak with you immediately.
What title is that again? The Exalted Hexolic.
The Exalted
six
Hexolic is the six Exalted of Veneer, the leaders of Veneer.
Oh,
Are they up like the same way we're going? This is like out of character.
I don't think we know.
How
that.
would you know?
We have no clue.
In character, okay.
where would they like me to meet them?
Come with us. Now.
The blessed terrace, right? This direction. We need to go in this direction.
Yes, we do need to go up there temporarily.
You need to come
at
with
the very
us
least.
now. Your colleagues can continue their business as they see fit.
We don't have time to not be trying to help Anio, which we're always in here.
My life is in the balance. Is it immediate?
Yes,
Is this-
immediately. They have asked to speak with you immediately.
Understand. I don't have a choice, guys.
Hold
Well,
on.
can
do.
you help?
Is-
Can you direct me to where I could find the Exalted Blade?
That's
We need
He
to
would
find
be
your
last scene. He'd be at the upper terrace, Terrace of the Blessed. Continue straight down the road. Now, Hound,
would you-
come.
Want
But
to?
Dome is
And they-
needed with us.
They turn and they walk about 3 steps before they stop and look back at you. They're intent on
Which direction are they trying to lead me?
They're actually going back towards the center of the terrace have walked.
God, Lord. Oh, God.
Roger says this out. Evelyn, doesn't Doma need to be a part of this? He's a part of this. He needs to go to the highest.
Yes, he's got the contact, but can we follow? Can we even follow?
I don't know if we have time. Wait, why's my
How-
camera
How's
off?
Anio look?
Your camera's
Oh,
on.
my camera's off too.
You're
It's not,
all,
though.
I see all your cameras.
Okay.
So
Evelyn, just tag along. He's a part of the party that has to go.
Is there a complication?
Yes, there is a complication. We have a very
Absolutely.
sick person that we're trying to get immediate assistance to
Then
us while we
take
made this
her.
big...
We're.
But Doma is a part of all this
That
and needs to
does not
come with
matter.
us. Also,
Do we need to do this by
we are...
force? And his hand goes down to his blade.
No, there's
I
no
mean-
need for force.
Doma, do you want someone to go with you?
He
Can
will come
someone go
alone.
with you?
Only
No, if
him.
anyone-
The rest of you do not have the right to speak to the Exalted right now. Again, you may carry about your business, but he needs to come with us now. This is not a request.
Wasn't his mission to bring us along, though, and acclaimed and all that? Isn't that... Don't you need us
They
there as
were
evidence,
measured as
Doma?
claimed at the gate.
Look, they're not gonna. There's no dice here. They're not gonna let us go with him. So we're gonna have to go our separate ways for now.
Doma, we're going to be at the Blessed
We'll be at
Terrace.
the.
Terrace of the Blessed.
Someone nods.
Look, Roderick, I don't like
Do you-
this any more than you do, but I don't have a choice here.
Doma, do you have any sort of sigils that we could give anyone there that they would know that we came from you?
Sigils.
Some sort of mark, something that would be yours.
While he's asking, and I'm going to lean towards Roderick, can you use your ally to trail
Trying to say Krista.
and
Oh my god.
collect a second
No
pair
way,
of
don't
eyes and
send it in
ears
there.
to the information that's...
Bad idea. Bad
Summon
idea.
spirit, come along.
I just lean in. I'm asking. It's asking a simple question. It's a question.
True enough.
This may not be a bad idea.
I know. I mean,
Krista,
Oh god.
All right, so you attempt to contact Krista, and as you two are conversing, and Ikal's talking to Doma about is there a sigil or something like that. Doma, you recognize that the two guards are getting impatient
Oh shit.
very quickly because they said now, and you guys are
Oh, yeah.
dallying
Oh, yeah, they
and
said now.
challenging
Alright.
them. So then,
I,
after your guys' little group,
Doma,
like
you need to go.
conversing and
Doma, you need to go.
strategizing, it's only like an extra 3 seconds before when the guard.
Yeah, I
the-
reach into my bag of holding and simply pull out my old shield and hand it to Evelyn. It's very customized from when I first was here.
Rithos will probably recognize it. Okay. We'll
Yeah,
see you later.
That's right, because you have a new one
Find
because you
us.
got it in Karat. That's right.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
which is still on.
I had to repaint it myself.
So as the guy took a half step towards you, you then give Evelyn the shield and then follow these two, right?
Yes.
All right. So the rest of your group see Doma leave and follow these two guys, and they actually head towards the center of the terrace, towards the black building, the black cube. And the
All right.
rest of you all, as Doma leaves, what are you all doing? I'm sure there's a probably like awkward moment of like, I can't believe this has happened. All right, but we got a mission.
guys-
What are you guys
Yeah,
doing?
we gotta focus. We gotta focus, you guys. We gotta get to Rithos. Give him this letter from my mom and see if he can help Anio.
First
we can
things
find
first.
Doma later. Yeah.
First things first, how is Anio?
Yes, that was a question that was asked along the way. All right, so Baldric, you give a look at Anio. Are you going to move and do this, or are you guys going to stop here in the middle of the road and do this?
I think he needs to stop to focus on the medicine
Yeah.
and give him guidance.
Okay, here we go. 18, 19, plus 1, 22, 32.
You did not have advantage. Roderick did not cast Detect Magic and give you advantage on it.
Okay, well, my low was an 18 then, so 31.
That's still really damn good. Holy shit.
Yeah, I rolled an 18 and 19, and I got a plus 1 on the guidance.
All right.
Go.
Holy
Okay.
man.
It's meant to be. So, health-wise, Isaiah's comment is really fucking spot on.
Minutes.
Final
Hour.
hour was very
Hour.
accurate. She's this is it. This is it. Her skin looks very dry. Her breathing is very shallow. her pulse very weak. All normal vital signs for a living creature, a normal creature, way gone. There is there would be no operation you would know that would save her. You're literally hoping for a miracle. You have probably 20-30 minutes of change, maybe less than that.
Drastically different from the last measurement.
God, half an hour.
As stated numerous times, when you guys were starting to get an idea of the clock, she exponentially dies the closer she gets closer to her death. And since you guys did not get those battery reserves added earlier, the rate of loss. So yeah, these final moments are pretty bad.
We got to go.
We got about 30 minutes. We got 3 minutes. That's it.
I guess we start walking up the stairs, right?
Oh yeah, we're walking.
Double time.
Up the ramp or walkway or bridge or whatever.
Pay attention to any conversation. How is he going to be able to pay attention?
Did you yell that to Doma? Did you yell that to him?
I just yelled that. I yelled it out. I said, right, Doma, you've got 30 minutes. That's all we have.
Your microphone didn't pick up for me. I only got part of the sentences. Yeah, it's like it canceled out part of the words or something. All right, so you yelled at the Doma. All right, Doma, you with your 9 passive perception, and that was like after his medicine check. You did not catch that. Sorry. No. That's when you make a -1 wisdom character. You gotta have something, Wig. So like everyone gets strength is the easy one, but wisdom is a fun one to be really oblivious about. All right, so as you follow,
can't see shit, can't hear shit.
So you're following these two guards. So that we got the group split. We got the majority of you headed on the bridge, and you start walking up these bridge, and the bridge is kind of like shaped like stairs almost as you're making up this ascension here, moving past the terrace of walked up towards the terrace of blessed. All right, now, Doma, from your perspective, you move with these two guards in tow, and no conversation is had. Their hands are not on their blades anymore. They were about to throw down. You recognize that they were very serious. You were coming with them, whether you wanted to or not, right? And that would just been a perfect excuse. If one of these guys is a Fundanatus, would have been the perfect excuse to cut you down right there, right? To resist. Oh, he had to. He defended himself, and I accidentally killed him, right? Like, it would have been the perfect way to get liability off, right? So, as you are moving through, the crowd of people in this area has dispersed, as if like you moving through in the first place. Even though they were away from you, they've kind of like retreated back to their homes, or they vacated. There's even less people here in this area around the temple already. And so as you move towards the square, you actually have to move down to the south side, which is where the one door into it. There's not a door archway on each side of the cube. There's only one, and that's on the south side facing it. So as you make your way, I guess my webcam just shut off, and it's now screwing up the. Oh, there it goes. Okay. As you comment about that, the only comment that is shared out there would be that lucky for you, the exalted Hexalic are currently meeting in the lower recesses of the Venerable Vault. So it's not that long of a trip. And so as they move around with you, you guys head to the Venerable Vault.
That puts my mind at ease.
And so as you move through the courtyard area, in front of it was open space. There's like no trees or bushes like immediately near this building. There is like there's these two basins to the side of the cube next to the door, and in there's these little puddles or ponds. They're maybe like 1 inch deep, like little fountains, but not actually with like flowing water. And you see that there's a layer of lotus petals just floating on both of these little wells to the side of the door. And the door is wide, so that's a double door. The doors are currently open. You can see inside. These could be closed. They are made of metal, so that if something was attacking, they could seal this place off and hold inside, right? This building, as you're walking around it, you notice that you've never been inside the Venerable Vault. This is your first time ever being inside it, as if one of the places that you weren't encouraged to go to because of the dislike or disdain for your for what you are. Seeing it, though, you go, there's no windows to this building. It's just a giant square cube, And as you look past the door frame, you see that the interior lighting for it is dim lit. Most of the light seems to be coming from that one hole where light's coming through from the door, which you're moving through right now. And the two guards are ahead of you, so you're falling behind them as you march on through here, and you're hearing your chainmail and your feet clanging as you walk across the stone surface. As you go past the doorway, the doors...
Does he hear that chainmail, though? It's elven chainmail.
Oh, it's Mithril. There is no chain sounds.
Yeah, but it still makes noise. He would still make a stealth check. It just means he doesn't have disadvantage on it. It still makes noise. It's not like it's muted all noise you make. Get out of here, you
Special chainmail.
So it makes less noise. It's not as cling, cling, cling. It's cling, cling, cling. Okay, so so as you move down the hallway, which is quiet here, there's the vocalization, the talking is gone. Did the music bots shut up because I didn't repeat it? It did.
Repeat.
So many.
While we're in this gap, Laris Potato is here. He's on just his phone. He will be able to listen and talk, but he will not be able to roll.
Okay, so we're
going to be able to handle that.
All right, one of you will handle it for me. Cool.
Yep.
All right, awesome. I love that you guys were able to participate to what you can, Potato. So.
What was that, Potato?
Well, this is my phone microphone. I don't know how well or bad you can.
It actually sounds good.
It's not bad.
It's not the worst, but it's
man.
not the same
It
as
works
everyone
great.
else's cell phone. Yeah. So okay.
Well, so yeah, whenever you unmute, we're gonna hear echoing, so that'll kind of give us an idea of when you want to speak, so we can stop, so it won't echo.
We'll try. We'll do what we can.
Good. Well, I'm here.
Participate as much as you want. Okay. All right. So, as you move into this past the hallway, you're now entering into the interior of this massive square. But you recognize it's not just like a cube with an open space of another cube of vacant air in the middle of it. It's not that. There are hallways and compartments and a mazework of a labyrinth in here. But these extra routes are not the route you're going. You're going down the middle, which does lead to a atrium-like vaulted ceiling of a cube-shaped space inside the center, which is the room you saw initially from the doorway. But you see that there are hallways where you imagine, your brain goes, oh, there's probably, numerous offices or whatever you want to call them, right? Other spots. There's not just one open space in the middle of it. There are other pieces interior inside this structure. But as you move into the very center of atrium, you do see there's a couple people still here. Most of them are wearing very muted colors, blacks, indigos, dark purples, things of night and darkness, basically. A lot of coloring is with Jalzem is related to this. Occasionally you'll see a couple people with very vibrant colors, which is odd, but you don't know much about Jalzem's lore. But in the moment, you just see a lot of dreary, which kind of fits what your assumption of Jalzem happens to be. In this space, you see that this room, this square-shaped room in the very center of the giant venerable vault on the floor you're on, you would see that in the corners, it's about 20-foot tall ceiling. There are no columns in here. It's just the walls supporting this structure, this room. You see that there is no natural light coming through. There's no windows, but there are artificial lights, little bluish orbs placed either on sconces or they're magically floating motes that just sit at the right spots, but they're providing dim light. The lighting in here is intentionally kept dim, maybe for a reason. You see the very center of this open space. There's a circular stairwell, a circle that has stairs leading up towards the center, and the very center of it, there is a well, another very shallow pond well, so it's like a couple inches deep. And there you see two people who are wearing common veneer clothing, and one of them is crying hysterically. You can hear her grieving, and the other man's kind of like consoling her, and they look like they're older. And there's one cleric of Jalzem who's currently talking to them. Sounds like, from what your muddled hearing can give you, that he's offering condolences, that things will be better, they moved on to a better place, Jalzem will watch over them, things of that nature is what you are imagining this conversation happening to be. There is no statue, unlike the Tree of Marlesh that had a depiction of a elven person. There is no silhouette of a creature here on top of that. on that. There's just the pool of water, and it's only up like maybe 4 feet up for that well to begin. So you'd climb up the stairs, go up 4 feet higher in elevation. It's in the very center. You see all along the ground there is a kind of geometric circular design of different stone coloring. It's kind of hard to make out because the lighting's so low in here, but you can see it. There is, with your dark vision, the grayscale, you can see that there is a coloration shift, that there does appear to be some kind of geometric signs around this circle portion in the center. You also recognize that around this circle there is exactly, if you were coming into a circle at 3 o'clock, if you're looking right at it, at 3 o'clock there's a stairwell that starts going down, and it hugs around the circle well, thus moving down to the lower resources. So you can imagine it's a very large spiraling staircase going down, most likely made of stone. And the 2 guards head right for that. Now this stairwell is wide enough for 2 people to stand shoulder to shoulder, no more than that unfortunately. So the 2 guards are kind of clunked like slightly adjacent, where one's a little bit further ahead than the other one, and then you're kind of a little bit behind them. You're not single file. You could be single file, but they're kind of breadth in the way where they're trying to be shoulder to shoulder with each other, but it's not quite working. So they gave a little bit of a leadway on that. So in this little staggered formation, they walk down the stairs, and as you're walking down and going down elevation, every 20 or 15 feet, you would see these little blue orbs, and these ones do not have some kind of sconce or contraption holding them against the wall. It's just an orb floating there, maybe about an inch or so floating away from the wall. It doesn't seem to produce any heat. It only produces light. If you waved your hand through it, it doesn't move. It doesn't displace it. It's not like a balloon and drifts. It's like stationary there. A mote of light happening to exist there. You also would notice, and you think you saw these earlier, it's kind of hard to tell, but you think you saw them in the previous rooms, there are sconces with torches, unlit torches, and these are placed at same intervals as the moats, but they're in between the moats, as if the moats were an extension after them, probably the first light, and if something went terribly wrong, there's these backup torches to do manual physical light in an emergency or something like that. But none of those are lit. There's no orange hue. It's only blue. And it's kind of that efflorescence blue, like if you're in the office space where the lights kind of like hum, even though it's not a hum, but like that. It just feels artificial. It's not natural light. It feels artificial light. And so you go down, and this is a wide area. The circumference of the circle is probably in the ballpark of like 40 feet or so. So it takes you a long time to do a pass. And as you're doing these passes, you don't know how many passes you do because you lose complete visibility. There's walls to your left and right, and there's just forward and backwards, right? And you're going stairs down as you spiral downward. You do know that from your estimate, about 10 feet down, there is a offshoot, a route that you could go to the right and enter into another labyrinth section. Probably 1 floor lower, but there's probably a network of other not buildings, but dwellings or infrastructure inside there. This is where you probably get the notion of where the vault would actually be, that's probably where they host the remains of people. They have this inner floors building down that they make a mausoleum out of, basically. And so as you're going down, you're recognizing there's more and more of these like offshoots that you can stop on the stairway to get to that floor's equivalent of 1 floor down, -1, -2, right? You're going down floors, basically. Eventually, though, after going down an indeterminate, probably, you feel like you've passed maybe 5 or 6 of these opportunities. You finally get to the very last step, which doesn't have an offshoot, but instead opens up into a new room. And as you come down the last stairs, there is a little handrail where the wall doesn't continue with you. It's like if you extended down from the ceiling, there's a rail to help prevent you falling off. And you see that they're entering a new room down below. And this room is nearly identical to the room up on the surface. That first room you did when you started going the stairways, it's got almost the same exact dimensions. It's probably like 200 feet by 200 feet, 20-foot tall ceiling, it looks like. There's the same blue glowing orbs placed with dim light around. You would swear it's almost an exact copy of it, except for the stairwell pops down instead of it's the inverted portion of it, the bottom portion. So there's actually a stairwell blocking it. And there's two notable differences here on this floor, despite those dimensions. Notable change number one, that there are numerous columns placed in this space, probably structural support, that block line of sight. And so you actually are seeing some shadows from these little orbs on the side. They are casting shadows with these columns. And there's probably a good 24 of them in this interior space, placed probably to prevent the ceiling from careening down in some kind of emergency. The other really outlandish theme down here is that in the center, as you're walking around, you can see, because the stairwell looks to your left, you can see in the center there's a massive tree. And this tree goes from the floor to the roof. Its branches are actually like winding its way along the roof. And interestingly enough, the branches continue along, and they seem to follow 4 separate routes. So there's a massive column of nature in the center, and it looks like it's kind of like a column naturally made, actually. It doesn't look like it's a tree. It looks kind of like a tree, but it looks like it's a tree that's been engineered to be a structural support, and like a wedge or something to keep the roof from collapsing. And the branches don't look like branches. They look like they're roots. There's roots on the top of the tree touching the ceiling, and there's roots on the bottom of the tree interlaced around the floor. And there's another giant circle of stone ritualistic geometric designs placed around this tree, which has the same dimensions as the well that you have on the first floor above you. Now, the roots that stem out away from this tree along the ceiling, you see they go into each of the other 4 corners of this cube-shaped room. So in the top left, top right, bottom left, and bottom right, the roots crawl their way over there along the roof, and they then form 4 separate different tree trunks or other root pillars in those separate corners. So technically, there's artificial stone columns here, as well as 5 wood-like columns in this room as well. And so, and those wood columns in the corners, they're like perfectly melded with the corner itself, as if only like 1/4 of that tree cylinder is placed right there. Like there doesn't look like there actually is negative space. It's like the tree was melded into the corner. And so it's kind of a weird, like, are those corner pieces the original tree and the centerpiece was the extension, or is the centerpiece the extension and then they artificially grew it to help make those corners? That second option seems more likely, because that centerpiece is the larger whole piece of vegetation. The other corner pieces are just a little bit smaller, right? They're like 1/4 the size. So anyways, that's the notable architecture differences between this room and the room on the surface level. As you walk down here and you walk onto that floor, the guards stop and they gesture for you towards one of the corners in the room, where you see 3 silhouettes. Their figures being illuminated by, or being obscured, because they're blocking light, right? So you're seeing like the blackened images of them, a silhouette of them. And then as you see that, you approach these 3 individuals whom you recognize their silhouettes as 3 of the Exalted Hexalic. And the 2 guards then, as you start making your way towards them, turn and start walking back up the stairs, leaving you down here with these 3 individuals. All right, so you see 3 figures here. 1, a silver dragon-born male with a muscular body. While his scales help hide some of his age, you can determine he is probably a bit past middle age. He's wearing half plate with several leather straps around his torso that appear to act as a holster for an elaborate-looking spear tied to his back. You would know this man to be the Exalted Guard, Oscar Iqbal. Do you want me to repeat that for you? Take notes.
Or Iqbal.
So this is the Exalted Guard, Oscar Iqbal. All right. Or someone else could take notes too for Doma, so let him be in the moment. Evelyn's like second. All right. The second individual that you see here is shorter than the Dragonborn. The shortest person here, shorter than even you. The second individual is a male half-elf of average build. He's a few inches short of 6 feet and appears to be in his later 30s, so he's quite young for an Exalted Hexalic. He's wearing a lawn-sleeved dark indigo robe that has a chain shirt woven into the threads. You notice a large blob of contrast to this person's darker tones, that being his long, curly orange hair, which frames his face and fans out as if like a lion's mane. It just pops. His upper portions is vibrant orange, and everything else is dark. And yeah, it's curly. It's a mess, basically. You see some freckles across his skin face and texture. You know this person to be the exalted voice, Ulsus Indol. And then the third person, the last person, is a massive human male, standing some 6.5 feet tall. So he's taller than you, tallest person here, taller than Dragonborn. Huge for a human, right? This guy is built, incredibly built. Effectively, he meets the epitome of what swole would be, basically. This is what this guy is, all right? He has bronze tan skin with dark black hair and a long beard. For a convenient parallel, this guy is pretty much what you would imagine a Greek Olympian to be. He's just oil, like almost you can see like a sheen off it. Like he probably oils himself every morning or something.
God.
So, but yeah, so you see this guy here. He's probably in his early 30s, maybe early 40s, late 30s. So he looks like he's older than the elf, the half elf, but it's a half elf. It's kind of hard to determine how old he truly is. This guy keeps his hair in a long ponytail. It goes down to basically the small of his back. And his facial hair kind of is a triangle. It comes down and forms a triangle wedge, and it rests a little bit above his pec. So he does cut some of his facial hair, but it goes down to his above his pec, basically. You also notice upon this person that he's not wearing armor, unlike the other people around him. He is shirtless. His pectorals are showing. And you see that one of his adornments, though, that he does have to hide intimate bits, is that he does have a loincloth made of like leather hides or animal furs, basically, right? And it's relatively, it's kind of like barbarianism, basically. It looks very barbaric, but
Golden axe.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, and this loincloth kind of stops like a little bit like halfway down his thigh. And you can see he's like monster thighs. This guy has. He squats like 500 pounds racks. Man, this guy's fucking built, right? So yeah, he's the other notable feature about him is that he has a half sleeve tattoo on his left arm. So it's not the full arm as the tattoo, it's just the upper portion of the skin on the forearm and up to the elbow base, the shoulder. And this tattoo actually has a faint glow to it. You can see there's an illumination glowing off of it. And you can see it depicts what it appears to be depicting crashing waves or swirling gales. It's a sleeve, so it has multiple images in it, but it looks like it's of tempest variety. You know this man would be the exalted gavel, Hesmar Modiah. The Red
I was
Hound.
thinking Vlad.
What was that, Kyle?
I was thinking that guy was Vlad for sure.
You thought that was Vlad.
No, I was thinking he was part of Vlad's clique for sure.
Well, yeah, all right. So if you're gonna take a guess at Kyle, what do you think of the three people here? Silver Dragonborn, orange-haired half-elf.
These ones are harder to say. I can't. I can't.
All right, but
I don't have enough
Vlad, clearly Vlad. All right.
Because he's so built, his muscle building is his trials. You know.
The Tempest falls like half sleeve tattoo.
Once you gave him the tattoo, it was over. I was like, of course. Let's see in the playback. I'm just like going, yeah, of course.
All right. So the exalted guard Oscar Iqbal starts. The Red Hound. Wonderful. The boy came. Good. Tell us, boy. You were graced with interrogation, yet you've returned so early. Last we heard, the conflict was still ongoing. Did you return to us in failure?
I did not return in failure. I joined the military and helped one of the main heads of One Time return to the city. There has been many things that have happened on my journey. I would like to ask for an urgency of time. When my friends' lives hang in the balance, it's why I have returned to the city, besides to prove my findings and explain the things that I have done to prove myself.
But you will know that returning with interrogation without it being fulfilled is a failure of interrogation. You will know this, right? It was
I would not
specified
say
to
I
you.
failed my interrogation.
Boy, you were tasked with not only helping the war effort, but uncovering the secrets as to why it surfaced, no? Indeed.
I met with the leaders of the orc bands that attacked Fort Tall. Or met them would be an understatement. Fought them would be a more apt description. Defeated one, continued on, not just myself, with a great band of party members that came along with me. There's much here I must explain and very little time to do it. The great gates of Medan have opened. We entered into the city. We have other party members who can verify this. We brought light. We revived the Temple of Marlesh. We helped solve their problems and escaped the city. I would say that is...
Boy, you are tangenting away from the root cause.
My apologies.
You were tasked with two things. Yes, two things. Stop the war, help Windheim, and then find out why the war happened. These other things are not part of your interrogation. Talk about the interrogation. Yes. Hound, the interrogation. Did you uncover why the orcs started aggressioning?
Yes and no. I may have some ideas. The orcs were being manipulated. As
Some
far as
ideas? Oh, of course, he did not pass. That's not good. Not good for you, boy.
I would not say I did not pass.
This is pointless. We're squandering our opportunity. True. That may be. We've been blessed with this chance. We should seize it. Justice demands retribution. Retribution? I would prefer to call it a trial by combat. Against the free exalted. The boy would have no chance. Exactly. In what other way could he live? If what the others think is true, then the only way he will persevere is through divine intervention. Oops, divine intervention. Sorry, multiple lingos. Let's just get on with it. Very well. Well, boy, I suppose this is it. Please roll initiative, Doma, as you see the three of them start preparing to fight you.
Am I allowed to say anything while rolling for initiative?
You are allowed to make your comment, but they are intended here on attacking you.
I've been given a vision by Marlesh himself. Test my true.
Maybe you roll your initiative first, and then we figure all that shit out, okay?
Alright, initiative is... Oh god, what do I got for a plus?
Meanwhile, Tower is on the other side of the gate going, "No, I want to stab my sword. My I want to do it."
18. Is my initiative. Let me get my little thing on the board.
Okay. 18? That's really good for you.
18.
Alright.
Thanks, Larry.
Lod's chosen.
It's just don't.
It's just
What the what?
I'm asking. This is like a dream scenario for Thorak beating up priests. Hello.
Thorak.
God, he rolled so far.
It is just Doma. Yeah, he's all by himself.
Actually not.
Yeah, he's all by himself.
He's about to get
with
rolled.
no magic.
Alright, and then...
He's about to get rickrolled.
Laris wouldn't even let us even entertain the idea of going with him, actually.
Wow,
It's
Jesus fucking Christ.
Only Doma.
Yep.
And then we have a 20.
So,
Let me guess, they all rolled nice, and I'm gonna have to take some big hits before I freaking...
No, one's underneath you.
Oh, thank God.
Only one.
One.
Oh, thank goodness.
Why is it in it? Okay. Alright, so I got that. The next on the list.
got no spells, folks. No lay on hands.
Yeah.
Just a sword
Right,
and a...
alright.
Just sword in a dream.
Sword in a dream.
What the? Yeah,
I mean,
oh
it is
my
a
God,
sword
this is
from
awful.
Medan. You know, Becca made it for him. Who knows?
Most of my gears
Mir-
are down.
miracles happen?
We don't need a miracle for
I'm
Doma. We need a
ready.
miracle for Aniel. That's what we need a miracle for.
We need a lot of fucking miracles, that's all I know.
Oh, he's got his lucky. This guy has 3
I got
luck.
my lucky boys.
So it's a man, a sword, a dream, and 3 luckies.
All right. So actually, I don't really like this. I guess I really should have thought about this better. Let me.
Maybe Krista's with him? Huh?
No shot.
I got outside the wall. She's like, I ain't going.
She's not even
there.
in the
You
city. She peaced out.
You can go stand on that. I'll see you later.
Yep. What she really meant is, I'm out of here. Bye. Peace out.
All right. So before, so you, as you see them getting this, you're like, you said you had an opportunity to say a little bit something. So you're going to be like, wait, I had a vision, or what were you trying to say?
Basically, I have a vision from our Leshen self and proof of such
That's as
things
much as
that
you're
you've
gonna.
done.
That's as much as you're gonna get.
Proof
before,
of such
before
things.
initiative actually kicked in. So wait, I had a vision of Morlesh, and that's before. As you see this, something dawns on you as you're explaining this. The Exalted Hexalic, you heard they were split. You thought all of them would be here. There's only 3 here, and these are the Fundamentalist leaders, the ones that want to kill you.
I already figured that.
So you, as you're even saying this, there's this moment of sinking realization that you're not, words are not going to save you here.
Not amongst friends.
You need to, you're going to have to fight for your life. All right. So, at the start of combat, where is it? This is going to be very annoying. I should have organized this better,
So
but
I think I wanted damage.
all right. So you see
Not even at full
Hezmar,
health.
the Exalted Gavel, as the others start getting to, you see the other 2 are like casters. They're starting to articulate their hands and speaking to vocalization. But Hezmar, on the other hand, his muscles kind of like, pecs kind of ripple just a little bit, and he then slams his hand into his palm like this. And you see a divine flare of energy across his forearm, and it ripples up his entire body. And he shouts at you, "Show us, Hound! Show us why Rithos hopes to be sorry. Show us, Hound. Show us what Rithos hopes to be true." And then, as he casts the spell, you recognize that his muscles bulge, the veins pop, and he just darts towards you at similar speed that a call can move at. This guy blurs suddenly next to you, like 30 miles per hour, twice that what a normal-looking human do. And you see him swing a very large left haymaker towards you. In the same turn, he does all this. So he darts, blazes to you, whoo, and gets right next to you, and swings. All right. Okay. So. This is so annoying. This is so annoying. All these different. Okay, it's going to be. Where is your attack? All right. That is going to be a 22 to hit you.
Well, I guess that might hit. Maybe.
Right, so as you see the fist coming in towards you, Doma, you see a familiar-looking radiant energy emanating across his forearm and his hand. And he swings as it hits you. You feel the thunderous weight of all that momentum kick into your ligament. It's pushed back, and you find yourself scattering back maybe 1 or 2 feet, kind of like trying to hold yourself firm from the sheer force of just the physical trauma being lodged into you. But then there's also a burst of golden radiant energy explodes out across your chest and onto you, and it seeps past your armor, and you take a lot of damage. Let's go ahead and do the rolling. I need my...
A lot of damage. It
Let me
does
know
a
if you
lot
hit a
of
nat
damage.
20,
Oh,
Laris.
it's going
Let
to
me
be a
know.
lot of damage. That's for sure.
Let me know if you hit a nat 20, because I'll lucky his unexistence back. Thank you.
You
Gotta
would
love
You would have
him.
to do
A lot
that.
of damage.
Well, so for one, you wouldn't know if it's... I wouldn't have to tell you it's a crit or not. And you would have had to use the luck before the roll. Right?
What my luck is
before
I'm
we
able to change
before
a
we
roll.
determine the roll, if the roll hit, right? Because the lucky says when the roll is made, you choose, but not before your determination happens, right?
Wait, then how am I even supposed to use that technique?
Well, when I roll, you can be like, I want this to be imposed disadvantage, basically, I believe. All right, fine.
I'm pretty sure that's not how lucky works.
Lucky
Where's my
5e. My camera stop doing that. Lucky 5e. Here we go. Rule lawyering off the bat. Let's find out.
I gotta get this right, all right?
You can also spend luck points when an attack roll is made against you. Roll a d20 and then choose whether attack uses this attacker's roll or yours. If more than one creature spends a luck point, you would negate it. So, you technically, when the attack roll is made, the declaration of I'm attacking you, you had plenty of time to go, I'm luckying this. So it's not when it hits. You don't get a lucky when it hits. It's when the declaration is I'm attacking you. You roll your die. You can say I'm using a lucky, and you must use my roll, my roll, or yours, and you won't even know what my roll happens to be. My roll could be even worse than yours, and this guy could have an insanely high modifier, right? So that's kind of like the trade-off of luck here. Did you want to use lucky on this?
Yeah.
Okay. I will allow it. Go ahead and roll a d20.
Come on, Doma rolls, if there was ever a time. 15, of course not.
And you have to choose which one to take. This one or mine.
I don't think it really matters either way, as long as yours isn't a crit, so I'll take the 15.
Okay.
Pretty sure he hit me.
So his roll actually is now a 24.
Yeah, it's bigger.
All right. Yes.
It's not.
Same radiant energy comes in, strikes you. All right. So what do we have here for Hesmar?
Ouch! 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 Ouch!
Okay. Yeah, I moved him. Okay, so we have one of these. And then that, and then it's going to be 5 of these, right? Yeah, it's 5 of these. Jesus fucking Christ. And you don't have resistance to radiant, so I'm just going to give you the total here, right?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. From the one strike hitting you, take 34 damage.
Is this classed as magic?
It is not. It is a magic attack, but you don't get resistance against. I mean, it's not a magic spell. You get spells.
Minus what? 34?
34. Yes, 34 damage from the one strike hitting you.
Yeah, like I'm gonna survive this.
All right. Next up, so he's in front of you, and he's immediately just swings into you, challenging you, like, show us what Rithos believes, right? And then his turn ends. The next person to go would be. Looks like
me?
Was it Ulysses? It is Ulysses. Okay, Ulysses. Okay. Ulysses. All right. The very boy, the shadows hide many dangers. And as you see this, he's kind of like marinating his fingers together, and there appears to be like little shadow strings that are connecting out and attached to the darkness around you. And as he's casting whatever spell he is casting, you recognize that as if like an oil canvas and someone threw a bucket of water on it, the shadows around you kind of like congeal and become viscous fluid and start dripping down into three-dimensional space around you. And they begin to form and apparate into small little creatures that start beginning to swirl around you with wings and horns and nails and claws. He's casting Insect Swarm on you and on Hesmar, centered around the two of you.
Oh, jeez. Is this cut in half?
This is a spell, so it would be. Now, as the spell goes off, you recognize he was not just casting this at a low level, he's casting this at a higher level too.
Yeah.
Because the amount of gesticulation, it was even more of a flare involved with this. All right, so I believe, I need to double check Insect Swarm now. I think it's on your turn it happens, but we'll double check. Oops, that's the... That was a video game I was looking at. I forgot to type in 5e. So bear with me here. Alright, the swarm... Oh, that's a freaking monsters. No, I don't want the monsters. What is it? Is it not called Insect Swarm? Okay, hold on. What's the name of that stupid spell?
Which one?
NPC.
Swarm of insects.
Swarm
Yeah,
of
swarm of
insects.
insects.
Alright.
Well, no, that's a
Insect Plague, fifth level conjuration.
That's it. Okay, thank you. Because it should be
Do you want
here.
me to read it out loud?
Yeah.
I can get it in a second. We're good.
Okay.
Yes, it is Insect Plague, not Swarm. Okay. Insect Plague.
What's going on
is
with
being
my
upcast. Alright, so yes. Swarming, biting, locust, fill 20-foot radius sphere, point and choose. The spread. So this would be a 20-foot radius around the two of you. So we're gonna. I mean, I can be up to that, right? No, it just fills 20-foot point of range. All right, so it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. So this. Okay, that's. I'm not using that tool. I'm using the square. That's not a 20-foot radius. That's a 10-foot radius. All right, so.
Wow. That's pretty strong. It is 5th level conjuration.
I guess we'll do it like this. You know what? Actually, we're gonna 1, 2. So this is 20 there, and then 1, 2. That's that, and I'll just add an extension 1, 2, 3, 4 here. All right, so this space is covered with insects. Okay, that are trying to eat you and kill you. All right, and then don't make me lose my comments. When the area appears, each creature must make a Constitution saving throw. So you might make your Constitution saving throw now. And you take 4d10 if you pass that hits.
Not one.
That one. All right. Do you want a lucky that?
Yeah, I do. Oh, hey, it's a 3 this time.
Okay, add all your bonuses.
Yep, I'm scrolling up. It's
Okay, and he's casting this
high,
at
but it's not high enough.
that level, so that would be.
I got an even 10.
Even 10.
Not enough.
Gotta be
This insect swarm is really lame. And I'm pretty sure it's their spell modifier.
It's not. It's a con save. It's a saving throw. If you fail, you take the brunt.
No.
Okay. So, 12, 20. Jesus. All right. So, you would take 38 piercing damage, but it's a spell. You do gain resistance, even though it's piercing. You would be a spell, so you take half of that. So that should be 14. Take 14 piercing damage. All right, that covers Ulysses' turn, and he positions himself just a little bit like further back. Actually, no, he kind of comes over here, to the side. That covers his turn. All right, so now as he did that to you, Hesmar also needs to roll his con saving throw. Natural 15 is really good. And he would have to... What's Hesmar's stupid stats? That's a really good save. So, oh, wait, I don't have to roll again. He just gets this, right. Oh, he's definitely fucking passing. Yeah, that's fucking insane. All right, and so then he would take 38 damage. He would take 18 damage like you. However, he is going to use his reaction, and you see 1/3 of that tattoo on his arm. It flares and it glows really bright white, and almost you see like electrical current like shock across his body, and like static electricity. The air seems to get a little bit more solid around him. And he gains temporary hit points to help him negate some of the damage here. In the end, he does take some damage, but very little compared to what you did. So he took 3. And that tattoo that flared, that 1/3 of that tattoo sleeve that flared, it's after it glows off, the glow is gone, and only 2/3 of that tattoo is still glowing at this point in time. All right. It's now your turn. So now insect swarm hurts you if you end your turn, probably. Creature must when it enters the swarm area the first time or ends its turn there. Yes, so if you end your turn in it, you will get hit by the insect swarm again.
I'd prefer not to do that. Wait, so where is the insect swarm exactly?
It's the 2 black squares here, sorry. Yeah, maybe I should change them to a different color because it's all black here already. Let's do this. This little... Oh, for crying out, that's not a square.
Oh, no.
That's not a square.
No.
There we go. This white square is them. Like that, like that. There you go. So that's where the insect's plague happens to be right now. And it's hitting really hard. Every turn, it hits very hard.
Yeah, it does. I only got 1 out. Alright, so it's my turn, right?
Yes.
Alright, first thing I do is reach up to my pendant and say, Marlesh, please protect me, and crack one of my beads.
Your beads of endurance. Alright, so what does it cost to use this? It's a bonus action to do it, right?
I think so.
Alright, so mark one of them gone. You have now gained resistance against physical attacks. And then
So
what do
we'll
you want to
tax.
do with your action now?
What do I want to do with my action? God. Well, first of all, I'm gonna move step out of the goddamn insect swarm.
Okay.
It's the only way I can move, and that's technically closer. God, what the heck was his name? Quick. What's my brain thinking?
I should have actually named these guys. This one's Ulysses. Okay, not with caps, please. Ulysses. And then this one's Hesmar. And then this one is Oscor.
Wait, how do you pronounce Heshmar?
Hesmar.
Hesmar.
Mhm.
Damn it. Yeah.
Yeah, that guy seemed like he was a fisticuffs, and he divine striked, smited you, so he's like a fisticuffs paladin who doesn't wear armor.
Fisticuffs
He
paladin.
goes into it. Meanwhile, the other two seem to be casters, so they're probably clerics.
Oath of Glory, mayhaps?
Oath of the Muscle Paladin.
I love
So you
that.
move out of
Super
it.
sick.
You used one of your beads. You got a minute of reduced physical damage.
Yep.
Now, what are you doing with your action, though?
God, I don't even know if attacking them is a good idea in this situation, is it? Raising my hand would just screw me over. What else is in the room? Like, it's big.
Yeah,
So
so
this is
each of
the
these little
entrance, and I walk
squares
over
is one of the columns I talked about. That's a strip-board structure, about the 24. So they're in here. The
Yeah,
cute. That's those block line of sight. These corners are the giant, like quarter seconds of a tree. This centerpiece of that tree I was talking about that connects the roof and the floor and has the branches or roots on the roof and the bottom. And then here is the stairwell. Now, to not confuse you, the entrance is right here. That's the stairwell into this. So right here, that's the upper portion of it. You can't climb up that, right? You'd have to go all the way around to here to climb up the stairs that way. So right now, you can't see the stairs right now, right? You got a wall blocking because it comes from the ceiling down, right? So the floor is solid, right? So you do not see through the stairs.
There's literally nothing I can do because everything is tapped besides Lucky, and I just used 2 of those.
You know the following. These guys are upcasting and coming at you with everything they got. With them hating you, their intent is to kill. They're showing full off the bat. Their intent is this lethal force right now. So it's go down swinging or running or making some kind of appeal, but yeah, it's gonna be fucking hard. You got a really difficult choice here with the one action you got.
Yep. Fucking. God. I guess I'll use it to take the dodge action. I can do that, right? As a paladin.
You can take the
and then
dodge
I can
action.
use my free action to speak.
Yes, you can still talk. Yes. You have about 6 seconds of dialogue, but you took dodge. Okay.
Know that I used all I have to save my friend, and trying me at this time is both unfair and unjust. Striking me down will do nothing but end. What would it be? And not end. It would be what's a word for it? Would be nothing but implicate you to where I am birthed from.
Rise to the challenge, boy! Is what Hesmar yells to you as you kind of dart to the side of him, trying to weave those words in. And Ulysses and Oscor do not seem to be moved by your immediate words. So the one person that maybe would be appealed with, that is not the way you approach it. This is a difficult challenge. Oh my God, it's the Lord of Challenges. So show me what you can do, Hound. Anything else? No? All right, your turn ends. All right.
I will endure your trials.
So it's now Oscor's turn.
Raise
Okay.
my shield.
So Oscor, you see him snarl at you as he, webcam. He actually backs off here and gets a little bit more distance. Actually, no, he's gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He enters melee and he leaves. You could attack him if you want to.
No.
Should be right here.
This is
As he's going by,
no-win
though, you
situation.
see him. He's starting to gesticulate, casting something. So you could swing at him if you want. Do you want to?
No.
All right. As he gets this new position, comes
Which I want to.
slides to a stop, and he shouts out. Okay. Do not hold back! Eradicate it now! And as he says that, you see a gout of fire from one palm arc up and then reach the other palm. So 2 gouts of fire make an arch ahead of them. And as the fire line disappears, there appears to be 9 orbs or rays in the air now above him. He's casting Scorching Ray upcast at 8th level at you. Lucky you took dodge.
8th level.
So
Took
yes.
dodge, and I'm resistant to fire and magic.
Yeah, but they don't stack.
Can only be 1 resistance.
Ah.
This is going to be an
I'm pretty
annoying
sure we
roll.
used to stack
I was already going to go, this was going to be an annoying roll in the first place, but now I got to do it with disadvantage. Thanks, Dick.
Yeah, roll them all and roll them all again.
Okay, so for my sake, what's your fucking AC? So I can just start going hit or
my
not.
AC is, with my shield up, 19.
19. All right. Hesmar's got a pretty... So Ascor has a pretty good height plus hit, right? What the fuck is your plus hit, Ascor? Sorry, this is so annoying because they have separate sheets. So, Ascor, your spells is... That's really good. Okay, that meets your AC. So first ray hits, second ray. That's a miss.
Nice.
Third ray. That's a hit. Okay, so 2 hits, but 3 rays. The fourth ray. That's a hit. So that's 3 hits. That's the 4th ray. Here's the 5th ray. That's a hit. The 6th ray. That's definitely a miss. The 7th ray. That is a miss. Barely. He just missed. That was the 7th. This is the 8th ray. The 8th ray misses. And the 9th... Why is there a D10 here? The 9th ray. That's a hit. Okay. So 5 hit, 4 to not. That's really good. Yeah. All right, so 5 times, so that's 10d6 damage. Okay. I'm missing, oh, there it is. That should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that's 8. That's good. Whoa, that's so many 6s. 18 plus another 6 is 24. Plus 3 is 27. Plus 8. Okay, and then he had, that was, that's 4 rays, so he gets an extra 2, because then it's 5, right.
I don't like this anymore.
That's 30, that's 35 fire damage you took. Cut in half.
Cut in half.
Down to being,
17?
17 fire damage. Dang, that dodge saved your fucking ass.
It did.
Holy fucking shit. Alright. So yes, he just cast his 8th level spell at you. And then, right, so his turn ends. Now, during this period of time, right, so your turn ends. It does not seem like your appeal has worked at all. And then, so at the start of initiative, you notice something here. And you see to your right, to the closest tree to you, a hand starts apparating through the bark-like texture. Okay, I gotta scroll down to this section.
All I had to do is survive a turn.
You see emerging from the nearest tree a wooden appendage begin to push its way out from the surface of bark. Fingers that turn into a hand, then extend to an arm. This extension continues to stretch its way out beyond the tree. As the arm clears an inch or so away from the tree barkish texture, from the tree's barkish texture, you see the barkish texture across the limb begins to fade into that of what this creature actually happens to be. So it's like a creature is morphing through the tree and using the tree as a gate, basically, right? And you see instead white feathers appear to enter into the room. That you then see the hand, the fingers, the elbow, the shoulder, and eventually the torso of a humanoid-like creature steps out into the room with the rest of you. There stands a 5-foot-tall humanoid. Well, bird-like humanoid. Similar to Quack, but yet a little bit more dignified. This species is probably the similar line that has him, but not the cursed variation the quack happens to be. For example, this creature still has its wings. It has a pair of wings on its back of white. You see mostly white feathering, but there's a streak of sky blue underneath the actual wings on the back. There's a bright orange beak, and there is earthy brown eyes on the side of the heads as it looks out to all of you. Right.
I want to state, Laris, that I'm already in a bloodied state.
Oh, I'm aware. That was not a good turn for you. Yeah, your HP's like 80 or something like that. Yeah, it's not looking good.
I was at 80.
You don't need to warn me I'm about to kill you because you came down here, so I'm aware you're about to fucking die. So yes. Okay, so she actually
Here, good luck.
would be here. Okay, and then
Say she? It's a she?
I'm getting to it. All right.
Cool bird lady.
This woman is wearing studded leather armor with a series of leather straps around her right shoulder. Attached to the straps is a round circular shield, kind of like a buckler. So it's like on her back, there's a buckler hanging there. Kind of similar to what Silver kind of was looking like a little. Civ looking a little bit like. On her hip is a black metal mace. And then as this woman steps into the room, and she cocks her head and looks at you, then looks at the other three. What are you doing to my acolyte? Ah, old friend. It's great to see you. We were securing the future for all worlds, Robadine. Protecting all lives. He was given interrogation. You dare proceed with an execution? We did not agree to his interrogation. It was split. You know the exalted blade holds sway over stalemates. Old friend, what we do is necessary. How can you accept the risks with this thing? You would sacrifice an innocent soul? Hezmar, have you forgotten your oaths, your duties? Have you forgotten yours? Doma has done nothing wrong. I will not let you carry on as you please. And she throws her arm to the side, and the leather strap holding the shield unbuckles, and the thing slides down and ends up into her right arm, a hand. And her left hand grabs at her mace, and she unhinges it. And you hear a deep thrum echoing out from the weapon as you see around it a distortion of the air molecules next to this weapon that's now active. You won't be able to stop us. We are doing what our duty demands, Robadine. I will handle my old friend. You two carry on the trial against the Hound. Doma! You did not come to us to die here. You have a greater purpose. I know it. Fight! Fight with everything you have! And as she says that, you see a divine rune on her shield glow as an aura emanates around her and you. Your maximum hit points go up by 35, as does hers, and your current hit points go up by 35. She has casted Aid at 8th level on the two of you.
What was it, 35? Sorry?
35.
So one punch from
Yeah, one punch from this fucking rippling
Plus
pecs over
35.
You can
Right.
survive one more
So,
punch, buddy.
She apparates out of the tree like not the swarm. Apparates right here, and that was her turn casting Aid. And so then Hezmar would get a respond in time with going back into initiative now. So your dodge action has ended because that was more than 6 seconds of dialogue. Combat froze. I guess Hezmar got hit by a couple insect plagues, so let's figure that out real quick.
I need some of that health.
That's a failure.
Gone,
He'll use another reaction on the tattoo, I guess. Yeah, that'd just be flat. Okay, that means I have to fucking roll the damage. This is all right. I'm just gonna take the average. What's the average?
Just gonna take the average.
Okay, so that would be fucking.
Couldn't you take like 3?
It's an upcat. It's like a 7th level or 8th level insect plague. Yeah, that fucking shit hurts. Okay.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, so he's reducing
I
it a
have to
bit.
barely survive.
All right, the Hezmar. All right, that's the. I think they're probably. No, that was probably. This would be the second round. Okay, so he'll take 1 round of insect plague, but his tattoo flared, so another part of the tattoo is now missing. So he did mitigate the damage again. And so now it's his turn, and Robadine seems to try to dart towards you to get within range of you, and he intercepts her, and he immediately swings 3 times at her, seemingly now having more speed than he did the first turn, as if his action was on the spell, and he got a free swing with that spell. And now he just swings 3 times. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That's gonna miss. Okay, that's gonna hit. Okay, so 2 misses. So the first one comes in and her buckler barely blocks it, and you see it scrape off as the fist goes up towards the sky, and the radiant energy sparks but doesn't actually connect. He then goes in for a knee against her, and she jumps back. But as she jumps back, he then extends the leg out and actually manages to clip her with his toe, and you hear a thunderous crack as she's then sent back some 10 feet, cracking through the tree. Part of the bark sprays off and scatters off into the room. And he follows in after her, just continuing the chase, pushing her as far away as he can, her away from me as he can. Okay, so that would be God. If he's gonna divine smite her too, I guess. And then he gets a DC for that. Holy shit! 18, 28, 31 radiant damage plus his 8. 39 damage to Robadine. So you got lucky with the 1 hit he did on you. Robadine.
Quack, quack, quack.
Who has upcasted health.
Quack, no die.
Okay. You killed Quack! Shut up! Quack! Alright, that covers Hesmar's turn, and it should be Ulysses now, right? Who's right next to you. Ulysses is going to go ahead and back off from you. He's actually going to leave melee, not disengaging. He's just getting distance. And as he does such, he actually dismisses his spell, feeling that it's not going to be too helpful here. So he's going to dart this way. Do you take an opportunity attack against him?
Fight on? They're telling me to fight on? God. Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, make your swing.
Christ on a cracker, man. It's like any of this is a good idea anymore.
Swing, your life depends on it.
Swing! That's a 19.
Nice.
All right.
Your life depended on
do
it.
you want to do anything special with this hit?
Like, what am I going to do special with this hit?
Oh, you don't have any spell slots. That's right. That's right. All right, roll your
My
damage.
sword glows a little as I hit her now.
Yeah, no.
Oh, no, I haven't
didn't level
slept
up. You haven't leveled
Yeah.
up yet. What are you talking about?
I don't even
Roll your
get that.
damage. You fool.
Should just let her die 10 hours ago.
8 plus 5.
What are your spell slots?
13?
Yeah.
Okay.
1 whack.
Ulysses takes 13. All right. He's not bloody, I'll tell you that.
No.
All right, he darts this side, and as he gets hit, he moves over to his new position. I forgot to mention. So as Hesmar and Robadine are fighting, she's like calling out to you, and you hear Hesmar like respond back. I hope your skills have not waned, old friend. It has been some time since we last tested one another. And Doma, keep fighting! As you see, like, very anime-esque background, like combat, right? Flares of Dragon Ball Z and these explosions of shit,
pillars
right?
exploding.
All right, so then but Ulysses, who darts the side and he gets struck. Well, boy, let us resume. And at his turn, he is going to
Punch me.
No, he's definitely not. Ah, yes.
With his fist.
He takes his hands around, and you see like a ripple, like a plane of water behind him, just kind of shimmers for a brief period of time. There's like a condensation of liquid back there, and it starts bubbling and frothing. And you recognize this is a geyser aimed at you, but it's like above him, and it's a bunch of very black-looking necrotic energy. This, you know this spell. It doesn't normally look like this when your friends cast it, but this is Blight being upcasted by Ulysses with his artistic flair at you. Please make a Constitution saving throw. He's upcasting Blight at 7th level, because he already used his 8.
I was about to say, don't you dare have more than one 8th level spell.
These guys aren't that special. That's going to be
Okay,
11d8.
that's a high roll. That's a high roll.
2, 3,
With Constitution, that's plus 7. Oh god. What's the math there? That's 18 plus 7.
Well, that's definitely going to pass. 25? You'll take half.
Yeah.
Alright, so that's only 8 of these dice. Well, that's not that very... Okay, no, there it is. That's the difference. Okay. 19.
Low numbers, low numbers, low numbers.
6.
Nothing too hard.
And then he gets an extra 3. Yes. All right, so that would be 37.
There's the
then,
damage.
Plus an extra. It would be like 46 necrotic damage, cut in half, so that's 23, and you get resistance against it.
Yeah.
So 23 cut in half. Take 11. Take 11 necrotic damage from this 7th level blight.
Fucking
7th level
spell.
blight does 11 damage. Get done that with a cantrip for crying out loud.
Thank God I have
Jesus!
resistances.
Yeah, so like also
Resistance paladin?
like he was expecting like a complete eradication, right? Any other mortal bones, right? They would be
Fucking-
dead. That
I'd be a dried husk.
Jesus. All right. Well. All right. So that covers Ulysses' turn, and now it's your turn.
It's my turn.
Yes.
God. So what? They're over there and they're over there.
Where? Yeah. So Hesmar and Robadine are over here, and Ulysses and Oscor are to the side here, and they're still channeling spell slinging at you, spell for spell for spell.
Spell for spell.
Ulysses
for
does
spell.
seem kind of like it does look like he's a little shocked that you are still standing after already like that many 8th levels, 2 8th level spells and a 7th level spell. Normally a mortal can't take that kind of punishment.
I look at them, panting and bloody. Do you want a divine intervention? I'm still standing.
Oh shit.
And then I move away from them, behind the pillar.
Okay, they can move on their turn. You realize this, right?
Yeah.
They're not turrets.
Yeah, they can. They stay there. Yeah. Okay, fine. Wait, is that behind the pillar? There? Okay, I can get from behind the pillar over here instead. Can I?
All right.
So I'm gonna move way over there and take the dodge action yet again.
It's a really good option. All right. I don't know why you're not fighting back. You're so going to die.
What am I gonna do exactly, huh?
Kill the casters before they kill you.
Oh yeah, because I'm gonna be able to kill them with my no spell slots and minuscule health.
Shouldn't have dumped all that healing in annual.
Oh yeah, I shouldn't have done.
All right, Oscor's turn. All right.
Priorities, Laris.
So
Love above survival.
you hear him yell as you dart away. Scurrying roach. I'll leave not one drop of your fiendish blood here! And he slams his... Actually, nope, not this spell. He pulls his...
Oh.
Is it this one?
Why does he have so many? Why do they also sound so scary?
He unhinges his spear, he's saying that, and he's spinning it as he's running after you as you dart away, right? So it's the same 6 seconds, everyone. So he keeps line of sight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... he doesn't want to be that close. He can see you a little bit here. He sees the spot. And as he comes to stop, and like a giant like painting brush or calligraphy, with his spear spinning and like a cheerleader with a baton, he rotates it. You see flames start emanating behind the edge of the blade, and he carves into the ground a giant flame rune before he then taps the butt of the spear on the bottom of it, and the rune glows as fire cracks along the ground, reaches out next to you, and you look down at yourself, and you see that it's almost molten hot as the fire then sprays out. Make a dex saving throw with advantage because you took dodge. He's casting Firestorm on you.
Yeah, I kind of figured it was Firestorm.
All
right, so one's a
dodging.
19.
They can't kill me if I take less damage. I just need Brabadine to somehow beat Hesmar, and then I'll be fine.
What is it? Constitution?
It's a dex. Dex.
Dex.
with
Oh,
advantage.
dex.
Dex with advantage.
25.
25. That's definitely a pass. Fucking paladins. All right. Woo!
Don't fucking paladins me. I'm trying to
There's a
survive
couple
here.
more ones. 3, 4, 5, 5 plus 8. I'm sorry. That would be 40 radiant damage. Cut in half to 20. Take 10. Sorry, not radiant. Fire. Take 10 fire damage in the end here. So
It's another round.
NPC. a second, I need to check his spell.
Who pops out next, please?
Okay, so that covers that. All right. So at that point, Robadine would be on her turn now, right? Because he was the bottom. So script. So you hear Robadine, Hesmar, stop! And she's trying to get to you, and she's trying to cast, and Hesmar is interfering between the two of them. For your sake, their immediate combat stats aren't necessarily as important, as they seem too focused on each other. They're too equal. So she's not able to get to you, and he's actually driving her back. So the two of them continue to exchange blows. And every time she tries to dart for an opening to get to you, Hesmar intercepts and then slams a strike and forces her 10 feet back. She's actually getting driven away from you. So as you darted over here, he's now corralling her in the exact opposite direction. You do get the notion that in immediate melee-to-melee situation, she's at a severe disadvantage. She probably would be better against him if she could start at a little bit of range, not in the circumstances she's in. So she's actually driven some 30 feet this way.
Jesus!
And she's got a fly speed of 50, but Hesmar has got a run speed of like 80 feet right now. So he's just staying with her. She darts left, darts right. As they go by this pillar, he swings and misses, and it goes right to the pillar, and the pillar explodes, half of it shrapneling across the ground. Okay.
Filing the temple.
And so Hesmar responds back, "Stop worrying about the hound, old friend. You know you don't have that type of luxury with me." And just swing. So she's disrespecting him by not acknowledging him correctly. Then on Oscar, you hear Oscar yell out, "Ulysses, quit screwing around." Sorry, boy. I suppose this is it. And as he lifts both his hands up, and as his arm lifts up, his sleeves roll down, and you see a chain wrapped around his left hand. And hanging off that, there's an amulet. And as the amulet gets fluffed down, he swings his hand down, catches the amulet, and you see a glow across the amulet as he casts his next spell. And then as he casts the next spell, he then claps his hands against the ground, and you see the shadows around you and above you. They once again become like thick oil, and then tendrils and almost like tentacles reach out and wrap and try to grab onto you. Please make a wisdom saving throw.
Hunger Hodor.
Of course, he'll have to reposition for this one.
Wait, what was it? Sorry?
Wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom. Not my best stat. Oh, that's a 7. Plus, let's do the math first before I try and lucky that. What the hell's wisdom? Oh, plus 8, so not that bad. God.
Have guidance.
Guidance.
We got you. We got you, Doma.
Krista was there the whole time.
Oh yeah, just yell into the nether that you believe in the heart of your friends, and we'll spectrally shoot.
I went for Evelyn, but didn't. It's a different kind of trial. It's a trial by combat. That was a trial to prove her that she can handle
I'm luckying this, I guess. I'll use my last one to make sure I get
no.
above a high number.
Okay.
Oh, thank God, it's higher than fucking 7. Even with my bonuses, it was still only a 15, which I don't trust at their high levels.
So what's your total now?
Okay, so 14. 21.
21. Alright, so interesting enough. For one, you recognize that Ulysses' spells are harder to avoid in the first place. His dice challenge is higher than Oscar's. However, 21's not enough, as the amulet seemed to have made his spell even more potent for this one exception.
They did.
And so the tendrils do lap around you. They wrap around your neck, and they start asphyxiating you, and they start grabbing your arms and held to the side. Technically, you're held person, so you're paralyzed. But the thematic is you're restrained by black tendrils of shadow. So you're held person.
Okay.
So paralyzed at this point. And so that's what Ulysses. And as he claps his hands against the ground, caught. And at that point...
ridiculous spell bonus.
Yeah, he does. Oscar,
doesn't...
now! And Oscar lifts both his hands up as he's about to take his turn. But you get your turn beforehand, so you get another wisdom saving throw to try to break out of this.
Oh, God. It's higher. It's higher. Okay. Thank goodness. What is it? 16 plus. Oh my god, my number was.
You said 8 last time, so it'd be 24.
Yeah, 24.
It's still a failure.
Why is it 25?
The spell holds true. Wow.
Who the fuck said? What the?
It persists the entire time?
25 DC. For that cast. Yeah, he's using a very powerful relic to do this. Yeah.
25 DC. And that was my last.
You think the leaders of like the religious
No.
institution
I'm just amazed that it's either it lasts a round or the entire spell's duration has a high DC.
That spell's duration has the item he's using.
Holy cow.
All right. So you are still
kill that guy and give me that relic.
All right. So he's over here, and it looks like he's currently spent on keeping you contained there at the moment. So Oscar makes his to the side, gets a better view, and then just puts his hands to the side, and you see fire motes just start gathering and forming a huge orb. A sphere, almost like a miniature sun, starts gathering. Imagine Goku making a spirit ball, but make it flame instead. And a huge orange glow starts emanating out in the entire field space as you recognize this guy's upcasting fireball at a very high level, of which you are paralyzed. You failed dex saving throws. So
yeah,
you do not get a dex, but you do get resistance against the damage.
Which isn't going to be enough.
So, as he's casting the orb...
so you give me both fire resistance and magic?
You do not. You get only the resistance. You already have it. Alright. And so as he's doing this, Rabadine... Doma! No! And she darts, ignoring Hesmar, because she has to get to you, right? She can't let this get off. So she tries to stop Oscar. But in this disrespect to Hesmar, once again, he takes the opportunity. And he just slams her against the wall. And she's immediately, her neck clutched against it, and her shield falls to the side, her mace. She grabs at his meaty arm, trying to present herself from having her neck immediately broken. She spits out blood from being impacted against the wall. You see a couple cracks against the wall surface. You don't have to watch if you don't want to, old friend. But do not force me to break your neck and join him. And you see Rabadine, she's fighting, she's kicking at the wall, trying to get any leverage she can, but this is not a fight she can win. She cannot surpass him here.
Nope, not like that.
Hesmar, please! It is necessary. You should have stayed in your pit where you belong, devil! I pronounce your judgment! Annihilation! And at that, he drifts the orb and it lobs like a very slow volleyball towards you. Alright. You failed the dex saving throw. It is... Where's
I might as well add my temporary and full hit points together now.
What temporary hit points? Oh yeah, you max HP should have been there. It's not temp, but yeah, this is gonna matter. It's gonna matter. Where is the fucking... I gotta find him, because I need to get to his change. What is that? Yes, okay. Another annoying ass roll. Okay, that's a couple good high casts. 15, 20.
Love it.
27, 31. Okay, 32, plus an additional. Woo, extra 10. 42 plus 7. Take 49, cut in half. So it's going to be 24 fire damage is what's going to be done to you. Now, before it hits, before you say anything, as he lobs his boar at you, time seems to slow down for you. As this orb of flame propels towards you, you can't help but see the parallel between this sphere and that of the sun. Oddly for you, staring at it makes you feel warm inside. Flashes of all you've endured in your entire life and come flooding back into your mind right here, right now. This is probably your final moments, is what you're calculating. Right? This is it. I'm going to die here. From your last 2 decades of suffering, with neither of those being, with nearly your 2 decades of suffering within the 9 hells, you included with other memories too. Nearly drowning under Minoris while you and other slaves repaired futilely at the foundations of the city. Whips and lashings to those disobeyed. Images of massive earthquake, massive earthquake that compelled many of you to flee the surface. The chaos, the scream from the desperate souls, losing sight of your family within that terrified horde. Images of the massive terror in space vibrating, echoing, bewildering you and many others despite the chaos ensuing. Your sister managing to find you in this moment, and the two of you clutching hands, hoping for the best. Then the portal sucked, and all of you got yanked inside, you and dozens of others, ripped away from the hells to who knows where. You recall the persecution in Veneer, the hatred and fear in the eyes of so many people. Rocks and rotten food hurled at you regularly, insult after insult. You managed on. Granted interrogation, you were given an opportunity to prove yourself. You joined so many other souls at Fort Hall, wetting your pants because of a Goliath idiot, getting broken out of jail because newer friends wanted to help you avoid punishment, escaping an army of orcs with a noblewoman, to finding corruption seeping into the soil of the earth, freeing a blonde-haired woman to later only end up deep underground, a Volscrap catching you severely off guard, to you saving a trio of dwarves from falling to their doom with a human ladder. You and your colleagues arriving to the lake and the great sacrifice that occurred there to continue the story. Fighting aberrant creatures of ancient evil, learning of the guilt of a massive betrayal. The loss of a dwarven archer within the maelstrom of black ink. You partnered with a white-furred man to try and help a ghost move on. You acted as a diplomatic envoys to a long-established yet torn monarchy to only commit regicide against that very monarchy because of the atrocities of the current era. Fleeing assassins, you were coaxed into the company of a half-orc man who helped you and your lot see sunlight once again. You saved countless children from a hag in the woods with the help of an old doctor, to finally escorting your heart-seekers to a city of spires. You confessed your breaking of trust to the now sick woman who later fled away. All these things have brought you here, to this point, but there's something about it now. Letting all those burdens go, just being free. That orb of light can do that for you. It will do that for you. It's going to do that for you. Will it? How much HP do you have left? 5. Okay. So you still will be conscious. Deep down, you surely hope that the rest of your band will find a way. They have to. There's too much at stake. Far too much at stake is to give up here. It's here it dawns on you that you refuse to accept this. You strain and push. But fates don't really care what you and that orb of flame comes smashing down upon you wants. It's going to do what it's going to do. As that brilliant light engulfs towards you, you swear, for a briefest moment, you see a silhouette of a familiar person dart in front of you with the arms outstretched. And with that, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
HP, man.
So
5 HP.
Everyone, viewers too, you feel free to take a 10-minute break. We'll see what happens. I'm going to put the... Alright, let's resume back where we left off. So, Doma, here you are, with this ball of light coming at you, and you see a familiar-looking silhouette that you know very well, shielding you. Meanwhile, everyone else, Doma left, and you guys are headed up the stairs, up the bridge, towards the highest terrace of the Blessed. So, ascending up the stairs, unbeknownst that what Doma will be enduring here, and that Doma's life is about to be snuffed out. You're about to lose a good colleague. You guys go up, and you get to the very highest terrace, of which this allows you to see the other major points of attractions, because you're at the highest point. So you'd see the main temple here, and then you see the other two temples on the Terrace of the Balance and the Terrace of Terrace of Curiosity. So let's talk about Terrace of Curiosity first. So it's your bottom left, southwest, basically. you would see a 6-sided star. So from your perspective, you can see it. It looks like, from aerial view down, it looks like a star with the way these like lines are built up. So it's a 6-sided star of a building that's got like an outer perimeter and an interior of it, but that's the shape of this building. It's about 2 stories tall and in scale. And you also know that the very center of that building, though, is a giant gyroscope-like complex that's kind of building out of it with like rotating orbital, like geodes or like circular patterns. Other dwellings that are connected to it loosely, or some of them just float off through magical means, perhaps. Okay, so that's what you would see down. That's the main, most prominent temple, the main odd building down on the terrace of Curiosity. The Terrace of Balance, you guys would notice that that area is definitely the most wood-infested, most vegetation of all the terraces. The Terrace of Trials and the Terrace of Flame have almost no plant life really on those terraces. They're very cold. And the Terrace of the Walked had a very gray scale with very little plant life on it as well. But the Terrace of Curiosity, there are potter plants and occasional trees, but the Terrace of Balance is just a combination of nature and civilization combined. And you recognize that the architecture here is gravely different. Most of this is Western European, right? Like Renaissance Western European kind of architecture, but this area, it's got a very much more of a Far Eastern, Oriental kind of look to it. The temples are kind of like those shrines with this like curved roofs and those giant poles. I forget they're calling that you like the archways you like walk under. Is I can't think of the name. One of them survived the atomic blast. There was this photo about it, like the Tetem pole or something like that. Anyway, it's a archway made of like wood.
The Torii Gate?
That's it, Torii Gate. Yeah, it's like a Torii Gate. So a very, very Eastern design. So you see a lot of like redwood-looking constructs, and there's some tree houses there, but it looks like the trees have kind of been morphed and grown into homes rather than like wood carved out too. So it's a very cool looking aesthetic. You can see through the canopies in that area. I don't know why Kyle's smirking his teeth off over there.
I was just calling GTW a weave and Heartseeker chat.
So yeah, you see that, but you also notice that in that area there is one specific portion that just seems a little bit more grown out. And there's not grown out. There's actually an opening, a courtyard, kind of near the more northeastern side of it, where you see a massive lines of orchards. And it just stands out, and that seems probably where the temple would be, the temple grounds is, because everything else is just different. So you're looking for these like obscure oddities, and that's the oddity you see in the Terrace of the Balance. All right, so finally, where you are now, the Terrace of the Blessed. There are some dwellings up here, but this terrace probably has the least amount of other buildings. It's by far the least populated for like citizens to live on. It's very clear very quickly that there's maybe like 5 buildings here, and there's one massive one at the highest point in the very far, kind of like in the middle, where everything else kind of like flounders or flourishes around it. This is clearly the most prominent institution here in Veneer. You see what appears to be just a giant cathedral, Western European cathedral, right? Like Notre Dame or something like that. This massive cathedral has ornate steeples, a bell tower, a massive glass panes on its side. Several of the high points in the cathedral seem to shimmer brightly, just a little bit more sheenly in the sun. Kind of reminiscent to that of the Quoba in the Terrace of Flame, the top of the tower. So that there's potentially some valuable crystalline structures at the top of the steeple as ornament. So there's definitely a lot of effort has been spilled into this cathedral. And so here you guys are at the top, and it's only been like 2 minutes now or so between you and when you left Doma. Actually, no, it'd be 5 because it's a long walk. Actually, yes, it's been about 5 minutes as you get to the top of this. So what do you guys want to do?
What's the mana situation look like? My detect magic's only been used halfway. It's like a 5 minutes of it. What's the moat situation?
It'd be possible not to. There is more.
There's more of the.
There's just more of all mana. A lot more mana here than anywhere else you've seen. It's still like ambient. You're not like at the source or anything like that, right? It just within your little 30-foot bubble at the edge of the Terrace of the Blessed, you can tell there's a higher frequency of floating orbs, and there's more of these are. They're still at the same frequency of the normal mana you would see, but there's a lot more of those very pristine, clear ones. Almost like they're like blobs of glass or water. Like they're kind of like transparent. They're just really clean. And you've seen so many of them that these ones, it's kind of like almost non-associated mana is what it feels like. Is what your best guess would be. There's no color pigment you can tell. So either you can't see it, but you see kind of like the bend of it, or it's definitely unusual.
Audric, maybe you should take a look at this too. I'm using a detect magic right now, and the mana here is a little different than what we see elsewhere. But I am seeing a higher concentration of it, sort of as we get closer, and I just need
a second opinion. Honestly, I've been really nervous about doing anything here.
Well,
that's very fair.
Do you want us to make a smoke screen?
No, it's okay. It's
oh, my ankle! Oh, that draws attention to us.
Cast detect magic, and you would see what I just kind of described to Kyle. But nothing else.
What does it look like?
Kind of looking toward Aniel. Is anything? Is it just kind of just floating ambiently? Is it like
it's ambiently? It's not like it's moving into Aniel. Sometimes you'll move into one of these like arcane fiends, and they'll pass through you, kind of like an ethereal ghost. And sometimes they might have some of the energy just kind of drain into you. But in this case, none of them really are. They're not like cycling to Aniel in any capacity.
Shall we? Thoric and I can grab Aniel's. Can grab Aniel and then move inside to the primary building.
Yeah, is there anyone around up here, like guards, or is there anyone up here that we can like?
There's definitely people up here, but being this is not a place for people resident. This is a more temple or terrace than any other. Most of the people here are either abbey men or people of the church itself. There are guards, there are paladins and clerics that are armed, walking. Some are staring off down to the lower terraces. There's a patrol and such happening here.
So is the temple up here like the focal point then? Is that my understanding?
Yeah, it's right there, center.
Right
yeah, it's
the
most prominent building by far.
And ask for the Exalted Blade?
I think we have to try to get to the spot where she touched Arkelya.
Yeah, I'll just start walking
towards
the temple, I guess.
It's gonna be our best bet.
Can we trot or half run?
Yeah, so you guys.
I guess Thorg and I would put Aniel
So yes, now as you move into the temple's it's massive courtyard, one person who's not armored, not weaponed, but wearing like robes, he sees you. Wait! Your horses aren't allowed on the temple premises, please.
Can you ask someone to attend to them? We need to move urgently.
I'm sorry, I don't know you. I'm not going to trust your property. Surely one of your own could stay here with the steeds while the rest of you move on.
Orak.
The steeds don't really matter. We can just leave them here.
Tie them up.
Yeah, I'm sure no one won't steal them here.
I got it, guys. Don't worry about it. Just stay here with the horses. This kind of reminds me of when I was looking for that library in Pipel. Always missing out on the good parts. Just make sure she gets back and she's okay. All right? Do whatever you need to.
Thanks. All right, let's get moving.
He kind of like growls at the abbey man.
I guess a call then is bridal style carry an annual.
I didn't catch your name. We're looking for the Exalted Blade. I have a letter.
I'm Ruben.
Nice to meet you,
The
Ruben.
Exalted. I'm too low to know what his maybe one of the patrols would know, but and as you're saying, as he's like talking to you, his eyes go wide. Wait, there he is right there, and you see a man with like a pelt cloak around his neck, and he's wearing very heavy metal armor, full plate. He's elder years, wrinkled silver hair, and you see him, he's in a jog running through the terrace towards the bridge right now. And you can try to stop him if you want.
What do you guys do?
Oh, hey, can you hear? Please.
Sir, you're the Exalted Blade, right?
He does not stop for that. Absolutely not. So he runs right past you guys. Well done.
Fizzlesticks.
All right.
Brithos, we're companions of Doma.
Little late on that game there. That would have been.
I was waiting for the others. I mean,
That's fair. It's fair. But make an initiative check. Make an initiative check.
Initiative check.
You got to roll high.
What are we doing?
He's rolling
Just him.
initiative.
Just a call. Just a
nope.
call.
He's gone.
Okay. All right. So a call shouts out to him, but either his perception's not as good, like mentor, like student, or so you see him running down the stairs. All right. And then there's you see walking in the same exact path as him, but nowhere near the same pace. She's like 100, 200 feet back. Is an older, shorter woman who's got her hands kind of like behind her back, like that old like Chinese monk or Buddhist monk, right? She's just kind of like keeping her lower back from like breaking and having her osteoporosis just crush her. She's just walking one step out of the other in the same direction that Riff.
How close are they to me? How close are they to me?
They were probably like 200 feet away from you.
Okay.
That's the Exalted Eye.
I
gotta get out of here. And he like bows to you all, and he leaves the immediate vicinity.
Do we follow them? Should we follow them?
In the other direction, they're going.
Hold this, and he hands annual to whoever's closest. He dashes.
All right,
he's
so
going after the
you give it to
Exalted Blade.
Thorek. One of my most because you're like still next to your horses. Everyone else has got -1 strength, so it's only Thorek. You dart after who?
Exalted Blade.
Okay, after the Exalted Blade. Okay.
I can make 200 feet in a round
Fair.
with a dash with a tabaxi sprint.
100 fucking feet. What is that?
Don't have time for this.
You do catch up to him, but he does not stop for you. But he's continually running.
Okay, I'm gonna try and keep pace with him. Yeah. This is while I'm running. I'm thinking, of course. Rithos, we are companions of Doma. We need help.
He needs help. Now leave me
What
to my
happened?
business. And he just continues running. And he's not as fast as you, but this guy's pretty fast, especially when his elder silver age years. And you see him, he's just running down in full plate down this bridge, and you can tell he's got a point and destination in mind.
Damn it! Would a call follow him hearing that?
Split the party?
We already did that. Fuck.
No, but
Yeah,
It's already a
Oh,
split
DM
party.
split the party. We didn't choose to split the party. We couldn't follow. He said we couldn't follow. He said you can't. No, it's only Doma. You split the party.
In any
True.
case, a
Either way.
call is going to head back to the group.
Okay, keep in mind your step
Now that
limit. Your tabaxi thing was used, so they did
Yeah.
that, so are slow
I'm
on your
gonna-
ascent back, but you get
So
back.
then I'm.
Right. So you get back to the
like-
group, which is going to take some time. And as you are getting back to the group, the woman, the older woman, is literally now starting to step onto the stairs, just like nonchalantly walking. She walks right past you, and you hear her comment, "Young kids always so urgent these days."
Who has the book?
Now, Doma, let's go back to your saying.
God.
So, as you're here with this giant orb of death, and you finally get the resolve that I'm not dying here, I'm going to hold on. And you see in the brilliant bright light a figure, a familiar looking silhouette, darts in front of you, hands outstretched to try to take the brunt of the flame that's going to engulf you. The roar of the explosion, thank you, deafens your ears and leaves a high-pitched ring as you wince to brace for the incoming doom. The light eventually blinding you, but you are certain that you did see what you did see before it became nothing but white. As time goes on, the white begins to fade to darker tones, black and grays, of a blackened tree and columns of stone. You're still here in the room. You're not dead. You did manage to survive somehow. Shadows still hold firmly against you as you witness 3 figures in front of you and 2 off to the side against a wall. Standing in between you and the 2 other exalted is the billowing cape of a silver-haired man in full plate armor. His weapon is still sheathed, the shield on his back visible towards you. You notice a bit of pale blue energy trail between him and you, and as heaps of smoke drift off his torso. You do not take the 24 or whatever fire damage.
Yeah.
You do not take it. It looks like he took double the damage to negate yours.
So wait, I don't take any?
You took none of that fire damage, so you're still technically at 29 or add
14 and 15 now?
Yeah.
29?
So, but as the light and everything naturalizes, and you see the familiar visage of Rithos in front of you, that divine connection, this little beam, this line, dissipates, and that connection fades, as if he can only do it for 1 fraction of a second to negate the damage. What is the meaning of this? And you notice hesitation of the other 2 clerics who are still trying to hound you. We are removing a parasite from this soil to save all other worlds, Rithos. For all planes. He's in league with the Hells. You know he's helping them to get a foothold here. You dare break interrogation! Rithos, in a flash, unsheathes his long sword, and you see the elegant blade of steel with a golden embellishments for the first time ever, Doma. You've never seen him draw this weapon. As silence drifts across the room, nothing is stated. We are so close. I just need a small spark to clear what's left. I will eradicate you, Oscar. The Exalted Blade's sword pulses with a golden aura as a deep thrum is heard emanating from the blade. Do you think my resolve so weak? We will gladly give our lives to the cause. I'm glad to know you 2 were able to make it in time. And you see a short woman with gray and white hair casually walking down the stairs. She has her arms folded behind her back and has a slight hunch to her frame. She is of a thinner build and is nearly 4 feet tall. The wrinkles on her face would imply she's in her later 50s for her race. She's got the pointed ears. She's a gnome. You can see she is equipped with a breastplate that is slightly obscured underneath a dark robe that has depictions of a star night sky. Think about this, gentlemen. Isn't this exactly what our enemy wants? If we are to proceed in this fashion, it will only result in a weakened veneer. One that our enemies will use to take everything. They are the minority. More than 3/4 of Veneer agrees with us. The mutt needs to die. You will not harm Doma any further and live. I will do whatever is necessary. Life is our duty, and our duty is our lot. And as he's saying this, you see his hand flare with flame as he's about to throw another spell at you, Doma. But someone shouts out, "Wait! We don't need to continue this." The flame is still in his hand. The boy, was not yet completed his indolation. I can see the shame upon them. Also, you might not know this, but Rithos, his age is upon them. Them and his Vera of changes will soon be over. We need not put all the cards on the table just yet. There's another awkward silence as everyone's not aware who's going to take the next action. It would seem he has lived through your trial of combat. This should be enough. He still has yet to prove himself fully, but this I allow. And Hesmar lets go of Rabadane's neck, who gasps for air. And then she coughs several times as she's falls to the ground, rubbing her throat. I'm sorry, old friend. I hope you are able to look at the bigger picture. And Hesmar immediately helps Rabadane back to her feet, who continues coughing and rubbing her throat. Meanwhile, the shadows that are binding you, Doma, releasing, and you're freed. Looks like Ulsa stops his whole person spell, which was slightly choking you, but not actually asphyxiating you. Very well. I suppose we should vacate the premise. Please don't tarry too long in my lord's domain. And the exalted voice turns and walks past the gnomish woman and up the stairs, leaving you all down here. I hope you would stop being so blind. Hesmar inclines just slightly. Oops, did I skip a spot? I think I did. Nope, that's right. She says, "I hope you stop being so blind." Hesmar, and I hope you would do the same, old friend. Of which Hesmar then inclines his head before he follows after the half-elf, leaving the premise. Meanwhile, Oscor is still there with his ball of fire, and him and Rithos are staring each other down. And you see him calculating, I could sacrifice my life. He's so close to death. I can do this. I can end this. They're too weak. I can do this. He's so close. He's just timber to take. Listen to me, Rithos. When the truth is revealed, and it's too late, all the worlds fall. All their blood will be on your hands, because you were too weak to do your duty. He slams his hands closed as you see wisps of flame escape between the fingers. The Dragonborn turns and stomps off towards the stairs. The gnome then sighs. Well, my anointed sure held their diligence well. Unfortunately, I'm not able to move anywhere near as quick as either of you two, but, well, at least the specimen is still mostly intact. And she looks towards you, Doma. Though I'm sure my questions would be awfully unwarranted at this time. I will leave you three to it then. She turns slowly to start her ascent while Rabadane makes her way to you, Doma, now after getting her composure. And she immediately just starts patting you down several times, checking to see if there's some kind of grievous injury upon you. And then nods to herself, recognizing that you're not mortally wounded. You're hurt, but not mortally wounded. Let's see. I should have color coded this one to help me keep track of here. I knew I was gonna I drift. I'm sorry, Doma. We didn't know you were coming back, and we were caught off unaware. Her eyes drift towards the exalted blade, who has not moved 1 inch since the Fundanautists have left. His back is still turned to you. The blade's still out, still glowing, still the thrum. You can hear it still now. His grip is still tight on that weapon, and he's just staring at the space that Oscar was previously at. suppose there is a more deserving person who should get the honor to converse with you first. I guess I would, if you would have the time, you would need to stop by the Emerald Enclave. Though, of course, only if you have time. And then she nods towards you before she turns and heads towards the stairs. Yourself, Robading. Thank you. The other two figures stop momentarily before they return, going towards the surface. Robadine remarks, "Of course." At this moment, you watch Rithos, still turned away from you, sheath his sword, but still stares exactly at the spot Oscar was previously. And there's an awkward tension that just lasts for like 12, 14 seconds.
Oh, if I cannot break that. Master Rithos, please. You saved my life, but mine's not the one in danger. My friend, the person I love needs to be saved. She's important to me. She's important to the world.
You say these things, but you can tell he's not thinking. He's not listening. His head is calculating. There's an internal conflict. It's never been more evident how split Veneer is, and he's the one in charge of it. So his duty, his responsibilities are weighing on him, and he's not actually listening to you right now. And you recognize your words aren't reaching him at this moment.
Thought him on the back of the armor. Please, Rithos, this is important.
As you
It's
hit him on the back,
important for everybody.
there's like a spark of energy kind of like moves into him, and then he turns to you, and with a completely contrast to his previous personality. Doma, my boy, you've returned home. Oh, excellent. It's so great to see you. How have you been? How were your travels? Have you seen any amazing wonders out there?
More than you can believe, Master. Now is not the
And he immediately
time.
grabs you and he kind of pulls you into like a half hug. Let's talk about it. Come, let's go. Do you still like the pork and ham sandwiches? We can stop by Merryweather's and get something to eat. And he immediately just starts dragging you
love them,
towards the
but we
stairs.
don't have time.
Time.
My
Right,
friend's
you
life
mentioned-
hangs in the balance more than mine.
He stops and he actually looks at you and you recognize that you're actually genuinely concerned about something. What's caused you to come to Veneer so early?
I don't even know if I have enough time to explain. Please, come with me. We need to meet my friends. I'll talk on the way.
Where are we headed?
To the top. You might have run into them for all I know.
Well, there was a person that flagged me down saying that they needed help. But there was more important things. Come. I think I know where your colleagues would be. Terrace of the Blessed.
Thank you.
And he
Don't mind
starts
glimpse
going
of
up the
Lord.
stairs with you, right? And as he's going up, he's kind of like half jogging, right? You're probably like stumbling a little bit, trying to keep up, and he seems like he's
trying.
He seems like he's more fit than you. But as he's moving fast on you, he's having a candid conversation with you the entire time. It's like what air does not matter to this guy.
I like him.
Right, so things have been going apace here, if you're wondering. Same things as
can
always.
tell.
Maintenance, always there. Always new cracks, new things to repair here. Food stocks and supplies have never been higher. The armories are at full yields, like they always are. And yet, it's never enough. New corridors always being added. New equipment being crafted. Never enough. But, we'll situate it all out. You're here. You've returned. It's great. Perfect. We'll help your friend, you said. Colleagues. Friends. You have friends. Friends. My boy. Yes. All right. He's seems really excited to hear about that.
First ones, yeah.
Can I meet them?
I would be honored.
Excellent. Well, come on, pick up the pace. You're holding me back from
Tries
meeting your
to
acquaintance.
pick up the pace.
Oh, sorry. Right, you're a little singed here, and he's like patting you down a little bit, and then he resumes the jogging. up the ramp. You get to the main atrium. You're now in the center of the Venerer Vault, and as you hear, all the people have vacated, as if probably as Ulysses came through, he told everyone to leave. So it's really, even though it was quiet before, it's even more quiet. And you see the pond, like 1 to 2 inch little water puddle well at the top of the stairs in the center. And you remember the tree down below that was kind of mirrored in the same spot, but different kind of culture on that. And then you follow Rithos out, who's kind of more leading you now than you're able to lead him. Even though you know where the Terrace of the Blessed is, he's just faster than you.
Yep.
And as you guys like make your way out, it actually feels like he's not jogging, but he's just fast walking, is what it actually feels like, right? It looks like his stride, and he's able to walk. So like to him, this is almost like a casual exchange where you're like, all right, yeah, that's great. I recall as you guys get onto the bridge. Remember when you had your first balancing lessons here? You almost fell off. That would have been a terrible tragedy for you to come all the way here just to splat down there. How unceremonious. And over there. And he points up towards the Terrace of the Blessed, where there's these little wooden apparatuses kind of hanging, and you recognize these are target boards. We were testing your aim and accuracy back then. Boy, you had terrible sight. Has that improved at all since you've been here?
I wish. I miss everything. My allies, they find all the hidden things.
Probably still that acclamation from the hells. They probably had terrible light down there. I'm sure you'll improve over time. You'll have just as good eyesight as I did when I was your age.
Oh, God.
And it continues on in this fashion, where he's just talking about history with you, seemingly knowing a lot of events that have involved you. And you go across the bridge, and you catch up to your group, of which at this point, there they are now, which technically you guys might have had a call change the flow of time a little bit. So let's ask, what did a call do back to the group? This is where it gets a little odd when you split tempo. Did you tell people that, hey, Rithos wasn't saying things? Do what you character would do. We would just have you guys meet at a different point, if that's the case. Do you get Aniel? Do you go?
How long does it take for him to kind of go there?
It's about a 5-minute walk across.
So
the
yeah,
bridge.
a call would say, Rithos made it seem like Doma was in danger. I don't know if Doma would want us to continue with Aniel or go after him. He seemed like he was going to be able to do something.
All right, then son of a bitch. Roger could go to Aniel, throw her arm over her shoulder and just start trying to walk in with her.
No, I'll stay here with her if you guys want to go.
No, we need to bring her in. Something.
We've got to get her up into that.
Yeah, so
Roger,
Roger,
we don't have time to waste.
Roger could just gonna try to throw her over his shoulder. And
Doma is counting on us to do everything in our power to get her up into that.
I'll help Roderick.
Do you want me to stay with the horses then, or carry Aniel? Because or is a call going to carry Aniel?
Yes, we'll
Yeah,
carry
boom!
Aniel.
Tensor's floating disc. Just do it. I don't care who's looking. Tensor's floating disc. Boost! Put her on that. Let's go.
Oh, brilliant. Let's go.
All right, Thor puts her on that. I'll just stay with the horses then, I guess.
No.
All right, so is anyone going back towards the terrace of the walk?
Oh man, my spell slots.
No, I'm staying with Aniel.
All right, so all of you continue going towards to the temple. All right. So
If I have time, there's something else I want to do, but
our timeline kind of stays intact. So there is some time to kill. What did you want to do before you got to the temple?
I want to take a minute and just look over Aniel and just make sure she looks good and her hair's I want to make sure she looks as good as she can. Just tending to her, I guess, is what I want to do.
So, little
Roger recast magic to keep it going.
Okay. So some things to note. As you look Aniel and you've been seeing her health declining over time, you've been recognizing she's been getting more and more pale. And at this point in time, pale is an understatement. You can see her veins through her skin easily. It almost looks like her skin's thinning. It looks just very, very, very dry. It's rough to touch. There's almost like a sand-like texture to her her limbs. Like as you touch her, like to mess with her hair, you feel like there's like a gritness to you, like as if part of her got like rubbed off when you interacted with it, like she was disintegrating or something like that. And then you do see that there are strands of her hair they're not, like there's hair loss on the disc. There's clumps of hair missing. So I'll remind you, you did repair her outfit to some capacity. She's missing some of her jewelry, the upper portion of it. So you made a makeshift like little rope thing with what you're mending, but it's not symmetrical right now. And
I mean, I only have cantrips, so I'm just using whatever cantrips I can.
Right. I'm just talking about in the past. You mended the outfit.
Yeah.
So I'm giving you
her dress.
I'm giving an artistic flair on Aniel's appearance right now. And so as you see her, there's a parallel, or rather a contrast of when you first met her, and how she was like this pure perfect creature, and now she's just this opposite of that. Something that's not here anymore. It's about to go. It's about to fade. It's a flame flickering under heavy wind right now. So you do clean up as much as you can, but you do recognize that like there's like actually
as I'm doing that, I'm just whispering like I'm so sorry, and just apologizing to her, and just trying to, I don't know, comfort, I guess, or say comforting things, etc.
Understood. All right, so as you guys get to the temple's grounds, you hear a shout out from behind you. Oh, wait! And you turn your shoulder and you see Doma in tow with a man, and you see Thorik grumbling behind them, running with the horses with him.
With the horses are coming.
It appears Ritho said, "Fuck that, come with us," right? Like he's getting the notion, like I'm not going to deny this. So that two of, right, all right. So you lot, what's going on here? This is the friend that's sick.
I hand him the scroll.
Yes.
All right, what do we need?
The green scroll, or green wax sealed scroll. I'm gonna hand to him. This is from my mother, the High Observer.
She needs
of
magic.
Yeah, she needs. Fuck.
Scroll, mother. I don't know who you are, but that's fine. You are friends of Doma, right?
Yes.
Yes, these are my friends.
I mean, wonderful.
Time
Nice
for that
meet-
later.
Oh,
Yeah, we need to get Annie out.
You look like a man of great wisdom and age. You're an Arcanist, aren't you?
Sir, where?
Thump on his armor again.
He's looking right at you, Baldric.
Not now.
What? Oh, sorry. Okay. And you look like you're pretty fit. And well, anyways, all right. We can. So your friend.
I draw him over to Aniel as hard as I can pull someone who's immovable.
Wow. Why are you bringing her? Are you hoping for a miracle from the great matron?
I'm hoping for anything.
Yes, something.
Yes, we are.
Something.
We think that she has ties to the great matron, and we thought that bringing her to the place where she touched the... well...
Yeah, you get it.
The place where she arrived would help her.
What kind of ties?
I lean in close and whisper to him, I can heal now and she's the reason. Fix her.
Fine. Come with me. And then with a seriousness that almost seems similar to that down in the vault below, Doma, he turns and he moves towards the temple, and you see the giant cathedral. And as he's moving in, a couple like paladins, they kind of salute, and you hear him mutter something, and they immediately like salute, and then they start scattering off. I'm having them clear the entire temple out, and then he just like bursts the double doors open and comes like stomping in ahead of you guys. His pace is really quick. It's similar to yours, Akal. A little bit slower than you, but similar to yours. As he comes inside, he just yells out into the center of the cathedral. Unfortunately, all practitioners, the Giver's Chalice will be closing for the rest of the day. If you could please find your current belongings and vacate immediately. And then there's several people that are kind of like gathering their things, kind of confused as they start making their way off to other alleyways. And then he points over to someone who seems like he's probably also in charge. Make sure there's no one left inside the cathedral. everyone's to be cleared out. Yes, sir. And so then that person runs off to grab other people. I don't know if Kyle's throwing a fit. So
my plan B, plan C, has been gutted. Thank you.
Interesting.
Appeal to the masses. Mass prayer.
Siphon the souls of everyone nearby.
No! No! I mean, I
start sacrificing people.
All right. So
he knows what he's doing.
So unfortunately, this main huge cathedral with outlandish paintings and these stained glass windows that have light kind of filtering in very atmospheric and beautifully, right? Depictions of golden clouds and beautiful skies. And then some of them are like of families hugging and a baby in a crib, things like this, basically. There's this glow, and there's a very like red carpet. It's very like Orthodox Christian, the interior of this place. There appears to be like golden ornaments and candle holders, and everything's got a clear, clean shine to it. And the very center of the cathedral, along the back, not the center, but in the center row, near the last like fifth of it, there's like a podium, and then beyond the podium, there's this giant well. And in that well, as you climb up, you guys can see. Actually, no, it wouldn't be visible. You would have to go through a door. So he walks forward past the podium. Again, just slams two double doors open, getting you access to a hallway. As he goes down the hallway, he approaches another pair of double doors, but these ones have some kind of sigil written on it. And then you see his hand just flash to the side as a rune is enacted on him, and the sigil spirals inward, unseals, and the door opens. And then he moves into this secret, this hidden chamber, which you've never been in before, Doma. And you know that very few people ever get to be at this exact location. And so as you walk into this final chamber, the very back of the cathedral, there is a giant column of light in this room. It's illuminating everything. It's bright light inside the building, which was bright light in the previous place too, but it was coming through the windows. But there's a light in here producing a glow. And as you guys kind of pile in past
magical?
Yeah. So is it magical? Well, we'll get to that. So
is it blinding in here?
As you guys come into this room, Rithos then closes the doors behind you, and you all with Thoric, and the horse is left outside, but in the hallway, probably pooping on the carpet. But whatever.
We'll clean it up. It's fine.
You're in here with it, and the doors
Somebody
closed
got
behind
it.
you. And Rithos is still
Somebody's got it.
Rithos is still in here with you, and he makes that rune again. The glow of the door re-solidifies. So then your attention goes towards the middle, and you see there's 4 columns in this very circular cylinder room, and there's a giant column of light. But the light is not like nano light or like an aura of like a ley line or anything like that. It's not just exuding in 3-dimensional space. Rather, it's coming from the ground. As you see, there's a giant cluster of geode-like crystals spread out in a non-symmetrical pattern, but they form a ring. A giant ring, and some of these crystals are larger than others and come out like 2-3 feet. Some are like 6 feet tall and thick. Just this weird construction of crystalline structure. Except these crystals, so you might go, oh, that's kind of like Agnir, but it's not Agnir. Agnir has a green tint to it. This has no green tint to it. This is a crystalline structure. It's similar to the other things you've seen in Veneer all over the place. It's diamond. Massive diamonds, tons of diamond in this huge ring, and at the center of the ring is about 2 to 3 foot pond in the middle of that ring of crystal clear water, and it's just floating. And it looks like that basically there's like a diamond bowl filled with fluid, clear water fluid, in the very center of this back room. And those diamonds seem to be emanating the light. Like, it doesn't make sense where it's really coming from, but it seems to be coming from the diamonds. Maybe it's reflecting it from the water or somewhere else, but you get a notion this area is different. Anyone that has suspicions about did the divine actually step here, it'd be really hard to replicate this and to not believe that at least at one time gods did actually. that myth might be true.
Is there like a physical feeling being in this room that's different from
Yeah, so
the rest of the temple?
let's go ahead and talk about the magic thing real quick. Detect magic is on Roderick. Baldrick's, I think, would have faded by now, but Roderick, there is a swell of magic in this room. So much, it's kind of like Agnir. It's blinding to you. It's like looking at the sun, and you find yourself like looking to the side. But even if you look to the side, it's barely making a difference because it's like echoing off the wall, and you find that prolonged exposure here with your exposure with Agnir is probably going to have hazardous effects to you. There's going to be problems that transpire with it. You recognize that you are near such a raw source of raw mana, like such a pure raw source of mana that using detect magic is basically nullifying your other senses, and your brain will start having problem rationalizing it. It's overloading.
Is being in here reacting to me at all, or her?
Yeah, I was gonna ask: can he at least kind of redirect his kind of focus to Annie? I'll see if there's any kind of like changes for the most part. That's
okay. So you're going to try to look at Aniel. All right. So for one, we are familiar with this. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Good old con save.
Can I guide him? I probably can't guide him.
It's a saving throw. Won't help. Guidance is skills.
Wait. Doma's nearby.
I am.
Doma's here.
I am very close. And you get a what to the saving throws because of me?
Plus 5. Plus 5.
5. Yeah, plus 5.
Plus 5.
Kill it.
14 total.
It's not so much that you feel the need to throw up, but you literally are feeling like you're going blind. Is what it feels like.
Ooh.
You feel like the contrast between what an object is and the silhouette of things, it's starting to fuzz, and you're literally like, I can't see, and you see at like half your normal capacity, basically. Aniel is like vaguely there, but you do not get any fine details, and you do not see any of the inner magic working at all in her. It's way too much. This is just you trying to see the physical her. You're barely seeing that. So no,
Alright, we'll have to kind of cancel detect magic then.
It does take you a good 6 to 8 seconds to let your senses kind of get that out of you. So you are temporarily blinded for a minute before you can recover, but you will recover.
Legally blind.
For a minute.
I'm legally blind.
6 seconds, I said, not a minute.
He's got cataracts.
All right. So
oh my God,
in there were some other questions that were asked. I didn't want to rob people these opportunities, so Doma had one, I think.
I wanted to know if my fiendish nature is reacting to this room at all.
There's nothing that seems to be compelling you in any way, this way or that way. Don't feel different in that regard. And then Owl, I remember your question. Do I feel like a physical difference in this room? There is an emotional difference. Despite the stress of everything happening here, you do feel oddly calm. Kind of like if you're in the embrace of your mother. Right? Even when you're in, I just cracked my knee, it hurts. And your mother hugs you. It helps regardless, right? There's like affection that's kind of just emanating out of this area.
Gotcha.
Do we take her to the center?
I don't know what you are all necessarily doing, but this is the apex. Here, and he gestures towards the water, here's where she touched. And this is the aftermath, and he gestures towards the crystals. Just one interaction on her own planet, and she changed it forever.
Should we set Aniel in it and...
I don't think we have time to marvel.
Yeah, set her in it. Maybe something will happen.
Do you mind? And I hold my arms out for Aniel. And
hand her over.
I carried her to the center of the room, and I will lower, if I can, into the water.
Tom, as you walk past Ritzos, he puts his hand on you, on your shoulder. Regardless of what happens, keep the flicker strong. Loss is part of growth.
You need to understand this.
I understand, but I won't give in yet.
Good. I'll be here for you. We all will be. And he gestures to all your friends. And he backs off to allow you to move forward up.
I want to move to the edge of the pool and kind of lower her in, so I'm keeping her head above the water, but the rest is in, and I'm kind of like at the edge of the pool.
You're doing Cloud and Ares. Aerith, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you're doing. Got it. All right, so her lower back and lower half of her body. She's horizontal,
praying every step
and she's
of the way
laying on the water, but you're supporting her to keep her floating in it. The pond water is about 3 feet deep. So for you, it's an awkward kind of positioning where you don't have to like, fully submerge yourself, but half of you is in it. But you can, pseudo cradle her like this with half your body, and she's floating in the liquid. And you didn't see the medicine checks that the party was making along the way. You were trusting more qualified hands. You were still paying attention to her, but it's all those things I was describing to the party earlier. It's bad. You literally see as her body's floating there, her hair spreads out. Despite the attempts to keep it together, it just fans out. And as it fans out, many of the strands aren't even connected to her anymore. They just kind of float off into this puddle that's probably, 10 feet radius, right? Pond here. So there's a large amount of her just slothed away at this point in time. You see specks of what appeared to be sand or dust or something, a coat of it, like getting washed away from her as if she's being eroded away by the very liquid here. And you do see that there are cracks upon her skin, and you do see blood intermixing into it. There is red fluid entering into, not large amounts, but there's small little tendrils of it. And you kind of go, Jesus, oh no, I'm interacting with this. This is just putting in here. I might have just killed her, right? Like, okay.
Yeah. I'm going to be praying to the high heavens. And here, I know I don't usually pray to you, but this is everything concerning you. If there's anything left, please help her. Please, Marlesh, if you're there, I ask you for this one favor against all my trials. Let her live. She doesn't deserve what happened to her. She's been through more trials than any other.
What are the rest of you doing?
No.
I mean, don't have any time. 5 minutes to travel there, 5 minutes back. I could look at a tome for 5 minutes. Maybe talk to some guy in Marlesh and get to his temple to get a boon and come back. I don't have time for anything else.
No.
So I just sit there. I'm probably just gonna sit there. And
You've been there. You're a doctor. You've seen patients, and you recognize the powerless despite all that you know. Sometimes you just have to watch and let that go out. It hurts, especially having all the knowledge you have, and still they slip off of your fingers. You've had many deaths like that, and this one will not stand any more or less. So I imagine then you're just kind of, the majority of you are forming like a crescent shape around this circular area, some like 15-ish feet away, looking at Doma, who's got her like kind of side straddled so you can see her and him, their faces. Is there anything else any of you would like to do?
If there was ever a time to pray, that would be it.
Yeah. McCall would he's heard of reverence to the gods before. He'll give some semblance of a prayer. Just a silent gesture of respect and hoping for the best.
Is Ritho still with us? He's walked out.
He's here. He sealed himself in there with you. He's a little bit further back than you, maybe 3 or 4 feet back, watching you all. You can feel his presence, but you can't see him because there's more important things. You're not looking at him. But he's there. I guess at this point, maybe you would glance just a little bit, still trying to rationalize. He has his arms kind of folded over his chest. There is a mournful expression on his face as he's watching the events unfold. But he does catch your eye, and he looks at you.
Roderick was kind of like, go ahead.
Do you have...
Listen,
this is gonna
friends
be odd.
of Doma, friends of Vanir. You did not go through all that you've done through to fail here. You need hope. Hope more than you ever have hoped. Reach down into your very being. Have faith. In the darkest times, light will be the most bright. Do not give up. Think back upon this person. Think about the times they touched you. Reflect upon them and yourselves.
Roderick would kind of like bend his head a little bit, and under his breath, because he doesn't want to be heard completely by Rithos. And he would say, whether Venny here, I don't know what the true relationship between you and Elrian may be, but please, between the two of you, can you please help? And she's been here for all of us, for me, multiple times. And this can't be how it ends. Please help her.
Aldrich's going to walk up into the water a little bit, about 5-10 feet away from her, and with one of his last level 2 spell slots, one of his 2 spell slots he has remaining, he's going to, it's only a level 1. He's going to direct whatever mana
he's just going to raw mana
towards her. And what I'm hoping for is that he can try to coax some of the floating divine-ish natured mana in the room, like siphon it towards her, like him pushing that mana will like leave a trail of vacuum that would maybe bring other mana with it.
All right, you have no idea. You have no visual cue if this will do that.
I don't, and apparently you're blind if you weren't using detect magic. So
you
right,
and you raw force the spell out there, not an actual spell, and as harmless mana as possible, trying to push that towards.
No, I will go all the way up to her and actually touch her with my hand. That way there's no as little leakage as possible because it's physically touching her from where my hand is, basically. That's the last thing I can think of, man.
Are you?
As you touch her, there's a noticeable dent into her body as your hand interacts with her. You have dislodged some 1/4 of an inch or so of her from your handprint has pushed into her, and there is now blood seeping out into the puddle. A noticeable blood.
So without mana, her body is literally falling apart and can't even keep its corporeal form at all. And so when she's out of mana, her body will just dissolve. And I can't even do the last thing I was going to try to do, which was gentle repose, and I'm going to take something and just throw it across the room. And stomp off into the water over the corner and then kick a wall. Worthless!
Evelyn? There's some things that I would remind you all. You guys got a letter on your way into Vanir.
Right. So will look at Rithos and say, did you open the letter from my mother? Maybe it has instructions or some other information she can provide. She's met other creatures like her.
I have not. There wouldn't be enough time to do anything anyways.
Please try.
You see, he looks over to you, and then he looks over to Doma. He pulls the scroll out, and he breaks the seal, and he starts reading it. But it's a long letter. You can see a lot of written text on it. And you see, this is where Baldric screams off, "Ah!" and Rithos' eyes stop looking and look at Baldric get out of the pool. And then you all see the large amount of blood. It would be a lethal injury. She's now lethally bleeding out.
Oh, I know what I threw. I threw a medicine kit. That's what I threw. That's the most thematic thing in the situation.
All right.
Then I think Evelyn, honestly, I think she'd pray to Marlash. And just, please, take what she gave me back and save her.
Last thing Doma could probably do is freaking invoke Channel Divinity in Nature's Wrath and just bed her in a bed of vines to try and hold her together as gentle as possible.
Hey.
You know, from the interaction of all the goodwill of everyone else, touching her is harming her now. You don't any that she'll just die even faster. There's it's
Wait. Okay. I'm so desperate. All right.
He's digging deep.
With my last spell slot, the last one I have, because all of it's gone from all the other stuff, I'm gonna upscale cast Detect Magic to consume my last one, regardless of the blinding and all that other stuff.
Make a
and
Constitution
then
saving throw.
Guidance.
Come on, man.
Guidance
come
doesn't help.
on.
That's a saving.
Am I near?
It's a
You
saving
get a plus
throw.
a 5. You get a plus 5 to your saving throw.
Plus 5 to my saving throw. Okay. All right. Come on, dice. 12, 22, and then what's my con? 1. So 23.
What's your what? You have a 12. It's a con saving throw.
Why did he say plus 10? Who said plus
Plus 5. Plus
Add
5.
5.
Sorry,
Oh,
I
okay.
changed.
So that's
I redirected.
17 plus 1 would be 18.
All right, you can
get a
see. You can see her.
All right.
It's hard to see. You're forcing yourself through it. You can see her.
I
It's
want to
bad.
see.
It's
I want.
really-
No. I want to see Evelyn. I'm gonna look closely at Evelyn. I'm gonna look closely at Roderick, and I'm gonna look closely at Doma. Is there any divination magic inside of them? Because Aniel gave part of her essence to them. Is there any of that essence still in her that we could dig deep for and somehow maybe shunt over to back and give back to Aniel? Basically, taking exactly what Evelyn just said. If I wish I could just give it back to you.
I got it.
Is there?
I got it. So, you recognize that in this moment in time, I'm going to give you the visual stuff. Aniel, her silhouette, the frame, has cracks and it's like a piece of glass and it's been shattered against the ground. And you just see nothing escaping out of it. But you do see energy trying to like move into it, but it just seeps out as fast as it comes in. And there's this, we're too late. If we could have just got here just a little bit earlier, maybe. I don't know how soon, maybe a day, we could have maybe made it. We lost that opportunity. And then you look at the rest of your party, you're thinking maybe there's another solution. And you see that there is an abundance of mana here. So much so that you go, it's gotta be a fucking ley line. There's just too much fucking energy here. Mana. This has gotta be a fucking ley line. And you see that there is energy washing out into all of you. Rithos, you, all of you guys. Can you make a perception check? I guess you got guidance because Broderick was desperate. So
I get advantage because of my Eyes of the Eagle.
it is visual, I guess.
13 plus 1 is 14, plus my plus 4 is 18.
Okay, so there's something that all of them, including Rithos, have in their way their bodies flowing, with the mana coming in and their life and everything like that. There is another essence, another type of mana present, similar to the faint glow you've seen Aniel have through some of the healing you've given to her previously, with like the attempts to restart her kind of stuff. There's a goldenish, radiant-like energy in all of you in this room. And more interesting enough is that it seems very prominent around, more prominent than around the people that are currently praying right now. You see Evelyn like literally with tears, just her hands clutched, and you see her mouth like muttering, and you can tell she is praying with all her heart. And it looks like her cluster of her internal sorcerer-like core is kind of pulsing just a little bit more vibrantly than you've seen normally. And even everyone in your party is doing it. Well, except you. But everyone seems to be having just a little bit of it. Some people are a little bit more oomph than others. Evelyn.
Even Thorax praying?
I can't answer that one, unfortunately. Okay. I do not know what his character would do. I wish he was here to answer that question. I cannot answer for him. I don't know. I don't know how he would take it.
No idea.
He'd probably do like a call, I'm assuming. The silent prayer.
That would be a very good answer to have.
Well, like wincing Baldric's eyes at each of him, he'll just say out loud, every person that's praying, you have a bit more of a divination aura. And so if you aren't praying, maybe if we all do it, maybe a miracle will happen. And then he'll just quiet, and then I'll start praying a prayer to, I guess, Eleanor, asking for her to help the lieutenant of her child, basically. One who's so akin to Venahira, to grant whatever aid you could. Because there's many more things for us to learn and grow about with celestial beings, and so it's somehow bringing it back towards Eleanor knowledge. So it's all kind of full circle thing. Because I'm clever like that. Yeah.
Dumb.
Captain.
You recognize something with Aniel. She just took her last breath. And there's like a disbelief because she's not drawing a new breath of air in, and you're holding her very delicately, and you there's a like, I can do CPR. No, if we did that, she'd just turn to dust immediately. I can't. There's nothing here. That's it. We lost. It's all for nothing. And she is still in your arms. It's been like 8 seconds, 10 seconds. Akal sees it, even though he is praying. He sees it. And your tail droops down just a little bit, and everyone else kind of starts catching these body mannerisms of everyone else as you all start to realize that she's gone.
There's tears running down Doma's face directly onto her. Like, an obscene amount.
And you see that she's recoiled to life. And she's grabbing at the injury from Baldric, that hand mark that was causing the major blow, and she's clasping it shut.
Struggle, lay.
And she looks up at everyone. She seems confused, She looks over towards you.
You're alive.
Baldrick the medkit.
Yeah, I well.
He runs over to get it.
Wait, I run over and grab it, but like, does it say? Can I touch her? Will she fall apart?
I don't know.
Anio, can you
make a Constitution saving throw because your detect magic's still good.
Yeah.
Suddenly you're blind. The worst possible time.
8 plus my 1, 9.
Plus 5 if you're still close to
14? No, you're blind.
Here. I'm gonna go help him. I'll just grab his med kit.
There's tears in my eyes. I can't see.
I know.
Do you cut the spell?
Suddenly all chaos breaks loose.
Do you cut the spell?
No, I don't have any other spell slots. I need.
So you're gonna
to see if
keep
she's...
it going.
Yes.
Oh, walk with me.
Walk it off.
There's no way he's gonna be able to do medicine blind. No.
Can I try a Constitution save throw later, maybe? Again? Say it lasts a minute. Try again.
How is she looking physically?
She's
Fine, I drop it. I drop it. I got to minister first aid. All right,
you still have like 12 seconds before you will be able to see because you held on to it so long. So you're like, I can't see. I'm blind as a bat. Like stumbling, like randomly into the water. Give it to her. So Doma, like as you're like in disbelief, your eyes are like shocked, and you see that she is conscious and breathing, and her like eyes are like looking to everyone. She seems really confused, but you see her like her hand clutching that injury she has, and you swear there, even with your crappy perception, there appears to be no blood leaking out of it anymore. There's not a flow of blood from there anymore.
We managed to do it. You're alive.
What are you doing here? You betrayed me. Why?
Anio, it's my fault.
I wouldn't give up on you even if you hated
There's more to the story. It's hard to explain here, but it wasn't our intention to hurt you.
All I wanted to do was help. I didn't break the oath. I mean, not that badly. I didn't deserve this.
No, you didn't.
You were just brought back to life. They haven't forgotten about you. Look where you are, Anio.
So alone. And she just reaches out and grabs onto your like neck, Doma, and hugs you. And as she lets go of the wound, you see that handprint, there's like a slight indent there, but the skin seems to have closed.
And then Baldrick shows up. All right.
Doma just holds her.
There's nothing wrong with her.
Wait,
Doma, a bloody charred mess.
Where's the wound? What? I do like a medicine check on her real quick.
All right, medicine check on her. Her vitals are still Disney weak, really bad.
13 plus 12, 25.
Her vitals are Disney weak, really bad, but she's conscious. She's alive. She's kind of reminiscent to the later days when she was with you, kind of near when you got to Windheim.
Okay.
Now you try to do some extrapolation, and you have no idea of the rate of regrowth that she's going to have, or any of that. You don't know what.
I don't think we can.
So
we can't.
You can't calculate how fast she's going to recover, but you do recognize she died, or she should have died, but has been brought back from the brink.
We dare move her with the situation and being so close to it being depletion. We have, if she's getting something that's keeping her bound, or is that all over now? I don't know. I can't even. I'll go sit down and start ritually casting detect magic again, I guess.
Should we?
As you guys
Out of the
contemplate what has transpired and hasn't transpired, Doma's still cradling Aniel, who's hugging him, weeping into her chest, basically. We're gonna have our session close here. As Baldric goes off the corner, grumbling, "I gotta do ritual," and most of you just surprised that she's still here. That close. Almost lost her permanently. You thought you did. So, viewers, hey, you've caught up to this point. We're halfway through our story. With that, so, my players, when you complete your long rest, you will be level 11, so prepare your character sheets. And a humble comment here from the Dungeon Master. Thank you for, coming on with this journey with me on the story that I'm weaving with these individuals who are contributing this co-story writing experience. And then final comments. And remember, don't trust the Dungeon Master. Good night.